Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mastering Logical Fallacies, the definitive guide to flawless rhetoric and bulletproof logic, by Michael Withy, narrated by Stephen Crossley. Forward. I've always thought of arguments as a game of chess. There are rules, and beyond those there are countless moves you might make, some more strategic than others. The worst players, then, those that fall for cheap tricks, commit avoidable blunders, and thus are easily beaten, are those without a good understanding of these rules and tactics. If I have learned anything in 10 years of formal debating, it is that arguments are no different. Without a good understanding of the rules and tactics, you are likely to do poorly and be beaten. Some things are patently true and others obviously false. Most people can spot those immediately. As it happens, everything else in the world is not this clear, especially when it comes to the complex matters that policymakers, business leaders, and academics agonize over. How much domestic surveillance on our government's behalf is acceptable? How should economic development proceed when it is at the expense of the environment? What kind of duty, if any, do children have towards their parents? What is it I personally, and we collectively, should want out of life? Mastering chess and mastering arguments do differ, then, in one very important respect. Not everyone must learn to play chess, but everyone, without exception, will encounter arguments. Learning the rules and tactics of debating, the subject of this book, is nothing less than an essential life skill, like learning proper grammar or being able to cook. True, you might still be able to survive without becoming a master of any of these, but your life will likely be measurably compromised. How is it exactly that mastering arguments makes your life better? To start with, it helps you find answers to questions of political, economics, academic, and personal import. Fundamentally, these questions ask you to weigh, often speculatively, many different and frequently opposing issues and value propositions. In other words, they clearly leave room for argument. So it is no surprise that the best answers come from those with the most convincing grasp of the arguments. Perhaps above all, you want to avoid being fooled by someone else's logical sleight of hand. The fact that this book can provide a long list of real-life examples of abuses of reasons indicates just how likely it is that you may be won over by one, or that you already have. Everyone, from our relatives to our co-workers to our elected officials, has a vested interest in convincing us about theories that may be false or against our own interest, because it is in their interest to do so. How will you be able to hold these people accountable if you cannot realize you are being deceived in the first place? Awareness, then, is the key, and that is precisely the skill this book teaches. Like other life skills, recognizing when abuses of logic are being perpetrated eventually becomes second nature. You just know it when something seems fishy about an argument. And like other skills, everyone must start with an instructional manual before they can eventually become proficient. Ultimately, this proficiency will refine your dealings with others in two ways. First, when a logical trespass occurs, you will not be fooled. Instead, you will be able to point it out. A devastating comeback is, as we know, often the end of an argument. Sometimes it can add a gloss of authority to your comeback if you use the precise name of a fallacy. But the majority of everyday conversations probably command a more subtle approach. This book makes particular note of how you might appropriately craft your response. Secondly, and most importantly, you'll find you construct better arguments of your own, and avoid being on the receiving end of a stinging comeback. Recognizing the vulnerabilities of others' arguments means recognizing your potential vulnerabilities as well. This is incredibly useful because in your everyday life you are constantly expected to convince someone of something. An interviewer, a teacher, a sibling, a friend, etc. Finally, you will be able to better answer all those questions of public and private importance for yourself rather than be seduced by someone else's word for it. The best thinkers are the best arguers, defenders of their point of view, and there is no reason you can't be one of them. In this respect, arguments are indeed like chess. Watching the best is beautiful, if only because their brilliance is obvious. Have I made a sound argument for studying the contents of this book? There is one way to find out. Master the rules and tactics of arguments. As a friend would, I cannot recommend more strongly that you do. Henry Zhang. Introduction. Arguments are everywhere. Turn on your TV, flick through the channels, and you will, no doubt, come across some demagogue giving a spiel about why you should vote for him rather than some other schlub. Break to commercials, and an advertisement will promise you that if you use this or that deodorant, women will fall at your feet. Turn off your TV, have dinner with your family. No doubt your uncle will start telling you about why you should fix your engine gasket or who to vote for in the next election. Arguments are indeed everywhere. The trouble is that a lot of arguments are actually really bad. In a good argument, the conclusion follows from the premises. In a bad argument, it doesn't. Something has gone wrong. The premises are irrelevant to the conclusion, or the conclusion is much stronger than the premises allow, or, even worse, the inference drawn requires violating basic rules of logic. But here's the thing. Experience shows that bad arguments are effective. Even though their conclusions don't follow from their premises, people still believe them. Hence, people will hold false and pernicious beliefs because they have been fooled by faulty arguments. This book will help you to be on your guard against such arguments. It will help you recognize them and give you some rebuttals to use when you encounter them. When an argument goes wrong, it's because its proponent has committed a fallacy. Now, fallacies come in two main kinds, formal and informal. A formal fallacy is one where the argument is false simply by virtue of its form. We can think of this sort of fallacy as one with a faulty structure. The argument tries to infer the conclusion from its premises. It cannot do so, however, because of the argument's structure. These arguments should always be rejected because they violate the fundamental rules of logic. So if someone says, "All pigeons are birds," Tweety is a bird, therefore Tweety is a pigeon. The argument is formally fallacious. Tweety could be a canary, an eagle, or a cormorant. An informal fallacy is a trickier beast. It is one where the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises, not because of the logical structure of the argument, but because of the content of the premises and the conclusion. We cannot therefore reject its conclusion simply because of the form of the argument. Rather, we must look and see what the premises and conclusion actually are. It is harder to diagnose and rebut an informal fallacy because you have to look not only at the content of the premises and conclusion, but also the use to which the argument is put. So, if a proponent argues, "There are men on the moon because there are men on the moon," his argument is logically valid. The conclusion does indeed follow from the premises simply because the premises are identical to the conclusion. The argument is clearly circular and therefore worthless. but that doesn't mean you should reject it. If you don't believe there are men on the moon, this argument won't convince you. If you, however, accept the premises, then you have to accept the argument, no matter how trivial it may be. So there isn't, as with formal fallacies, a hard and fast rule that says you must reject arguments of this sort. Rather, you have to check their validity on a case-by-case basis. The vast majority of fallacies in this book are of the informal variety. Some of these fallacies are simply rhetorical techniques that appeal to feelings rather than reason. So when a demagogue whips up a crowd into anger, or plays on their fear of some minority, his argument simply tries to bypass our reason and elicit an emotional reaction. Such fallacies are usually quite easy to spot. However, other informal fallacies go wrong for more subtle reasons. They play on words. They generalize for examples that are too limited. They falsely shift the burden of proof. Recognizing and rebutting these arguments is a lot trickier. Although it is hard, actually impossible, to lay down clear-cut rules on these matters, listening to this book will tell you what fallacies you should look out for and provide you with useful tips on countering your opponent's arguments. The best way, of course, to completely master logical fallacies is by long and hard practice. You must remain vigilant and constantly think about the arguments you encounter and then try and work out what may have gone wrong. It's a practice that is definitely worth undertaking. There are simply too many bad arguments out there, and their effect is by no means negligible. They lead us to believe pernicious and false ideas and perpetuate terrible decisions, both on an individual and a collective level. It may take time and effort to cure all that, but the book you're holding in your hands is undeniably the best possible place to start. Key terms. A list of the most common terms you'll encounter in this book. Argument, a set of statements, premises that are given to advance a conclusion. Audience, the people listening to the argument, those to whom the argument is directed. Commitment, a proposition that a proponent takes to be true either implicitly or explicitly. Conclusion, a statement that follows from the preceding statements, the argument. Conditional, a statement of the form, if A, then B, where A cannot be true and B false. Deductive argument, an argument whose conclusion follows logically from its premises. Fallacy, the use of invalid reasoning in an argument. Inductive argument, an argument whose premises give good evidence for its conclusion. For example, inferring a general law from particular examples of it. Invalid, an argument is invalid only when it is not valid. Logic, the principles and rules that govern valid inferences. Modal, a type of statement that deals with necessity, possibility, or impossibility. Opponent, a person attempting to rebut an argument. Presupposition, a proposition which an argument or a proponent takes for granted. Proponent, the person putting forward an argument. Sample, a subset of a population studied to make extrapolations that apply to the population as a whole. Sound, an argument is sound only when it is valid and its premises are true. Valid, an argument is valid if and only if its premises cannot be true when its conclusion is false. P1, 2, etc. This symbol means statement 1, 2, etc. The fallacies. Ad hominem, abusive. Informal, Person A makes claim P. Person B states that A has a bad character, therefore P is false. Attacking a speaker's argument by insulting the speaker. Example: you say that the earth goes round the sun, but you are a drunk and a womanizer. Real-life example. Cicero, the Roman orator, was of humble origins, but rose to become the preeminent politician, lawyer, and public speaker of his day. Despite his brilliance, however, the ruling aristocratic elite sometimes looked down on Cicero, precisely because he came from a modest background. We find an especially appalling example of this disdain in Cicero's dispute with Metellus Nepos, who, in arguing with Cicero in a court of law, repeatedly asked, "Cicero, who's your father?" Metellus Nepos couldn't argue against Cicero's case, and so attacked Cicero for his humble origins. Attacks on the race, class, or gender of the speaker are especially heinous examples of arguments ad hominem. The mistake. An ad hominem argument is simply irrelevant. It doesn't contribute anything to the original argument itself. It only says something about the person making it, although it says rather more about the abuser employing the ad hominem. But the character of the person making an argument doesn't affect the truth of the argument or the validity of the inference. So it is with the chap who claims the earth goes around the sun. Whether he's a drunk or a teetotaler, a womanizer or celibate, neither affect the truth of his claim. As Galileo put it in a different context, still, it moves. The comeback. In an ideal world, there would be no need for a comeback. If the opponent has to resort to personal attacks, it should be clear that he's got nothing to say against the argument itself. In an ideal world, you should be able to win the argument just by pointing this out. Alas, we do not live in this ideal world. Ad hominem attacks are far more effective than worthy. One could retort with an ad hominem in turn, but this would just be stooping to your opponent's level. However, it is worth noting Cicero's reply to Metellus Nepos' question, "Cicero, who's your father?" In your case, your mother has made the answer to this question rather difficult. Significance. The forms of ad hominem argument we've discussed are sometimes called ad personam, against the person, to distinguish them from ad hominem attacks directed at the commitments of the speaker. The examples we have discussed before are clearly fallacious, since they are irrelevant to the argument at hand. Ad hominem, circumstantial. Argument ex concessis, appeal to motive, vested interest. Informal. Person A claims that P. The circumstances of A discredit his assertion that P. Hence, we should disbelieve P. Undermining the credibility of an argument by appealing to some facts about its proponent. Where these facts are inconsistent with the proponent's advocacy of the argument, or where they undermine the proponent's credibility in putting forward the argument. Example. The CEO of Oil America claims that drilling in Alaska will have a negligible environmental effect. But we shouldn't believe him. He's just saying that to get permission to drill. Real-life example. We may cite Mandy Rice Davies giving evidence in the Profumo trial, one of the greatest political scandals of post-war Britain, regarding her affair with statesman Lord Astor. Pressed by the defence counsel, who pointed out that Lord Astor denied ever having met her, Rice Davies delivered the immortal riposte, "Well, he would, wouldn't he?" A more serious example is provided by the debate regarding vaccination. Lots of parents in Britain and America refuse to vaccinate their children against deadly infectious diseases, fearing that vaccination damages children, causing autism and bowel disease. When asked why the evidence shows overwhelmingly that vaccines don't actually have these adverse effects, they typically appeal to the vested interest of the pharmaceutical companies putting forward the evidence. Of course, they would cover up the adverse effects of the vaccines. If they didn't, they would lose their market. This move is common to a lot of conspiracy theorists. The mistake. Like any ad hominem, this kind of argument is simply irrelevant. It does not attack the argument itself, but only its proponent. However, the argument is either true or false regardless of who its proponent is. The claim that drilling in Alaska will have a negligible environmental effect is just as true or false depending on the facts, whether made by the CEO of Oil America or a Greenpeace activist. The comeback. Like the abusive ad hominem, one can simply point out that this response is irrelevant. The response should be directed at the argument ad rem, not its proponent's possible motives. But this move won't always work. In cases where the proponent is giving testimony, his circumstances can be relevant. So Lord Astor's testimony that he never met Randy Rice Davies is clearly untrustworthy, since he would not want to admit that he consorted with an escort. Similarly, we can't just accept the CEO's assertion that Oil America's activities won't harm the environment, because he has a vested interest in getting permission to drill. As such, if your opponent appeals to vested interest, you need to show that your argument can stand impartial scrutiny. Hence, you need to present the evidence for your claim and let your opponent try to find holes, if any, in it, or else appeal to a neutral third party to obtain impartial testimony in support of your claims. Significance. Impugning the motives of an argument's proponent is one kind of circumstantial ad hominem. It's not the only one, however. Another kind questions whether the proponent can be committed to his argument given his other commitments, be they implicit or explicit. So if the proponent argues that nothing can be known, you can ask him, "Are you sure about that?" Socrates' method of question and answer seems to proceed entirely by this method. Indeed, some writers have argued that all philosophical argument reduces, in the final analysis, to such circumstantial ad hominem. Ad hominem, guilt by association. Informal. Opponent A argues that P, but a third party B also argues that P. B is unsavory. Hence, we should disbelieve that P. Implicit premise, if B is unsavory, we should reject everything they say. Or, the proponent of argument P associates with B, but B is unsavory. Hence, we should disbelieve P. Attacking an argument by casting aspersions on people or organizations associated with either its proponent or the argument itself. Example: John believes in higher taxation for the wealthy, but Castro also believed in higher taxes for the wealthy. Hence, we should reject higher taxes for the wealthy. Real-life example. In 2008, Barack Obama, then a U.S. presidential candidate, came under fire for associating with Pastor Jeremiah Wright, whose sermons contained controversial comments about September the 11th and the Iraq War. Hillary Clinton, Bill O'Reilly, and Mark Stein all criticized Obama for this. John McCain, to his credit, defended this relationship, saying, "I think that when people support you, it doesn't mean that you support everything they say. Obviously, those words and those statements are statements that none of us would associate ourselves with, and I don't believe that Senator Obama would support any of those as well." The mistake. The argument takes two forms depending on whether it's the speaker or the argument that's presumed to be guilty by association. In the former case, it's clear that this is an especially foolish form of abusive ad hominem. The abusive ad hominem attacks the character of an argument's proponent, which is obviously irrelevant to the truth or falsity of his claims. Therefore, if that move is fallacious, so too is attacking the proponent's associates. A similar response can be made when the charge is levelled at the argument. The abusive ad hominem says, if the proponent of P is unsavoury, we should reject P. This kind of argument says, if P has any proponent who is unsavoury, we should reject P. But if it's irrelevant to the truth of P that its proponent is unsavoury, it's being embraced by a third party, however unsavoury that party may be, is at least equally irrelevant to its truth. The comeback. Again, one simply has to point out that the opponent's charge is irrelevant. What's at issue here is not my character, still less that of my friends. All that matters is the argument at hand. Similarly, it doesn't matter if some other odious person shares my beliefs. That, in itself, doesn't necessarily stop them from being true. The response, then, is simply to tell your opponent to stick to the matter at hand. Significance. When it's the argument that is deemed guilty by association, this is very much a reductio ad Hitlerum. You believe that P, but Hitler also believed that P, so we should reject the view that P. But Hitler believed all sorts of things, that the earth goes around the sun, for instance. It doesn't follow that just because Hitler believed that the earth goes around the sun, we should therefore reject the truth of this statement. Nevertheless, this type of argument may, in certain cases, be a reasonable form of circumstantial ad hominem, assuming that the associates of the argument's proponent reasonably cast doubt on his neutrality. So if the proponent claims that Oil America's drilling will have a negligible environmental effect, his claim to neutrality could be compromised if it was revealed that he is best friends with Oil America's CEO. Whether this riposte is valid or not will, as in the case of the circumstantial ad hominem, depends on the circumstances. Ad hominem tu quoque. Informal. The proponent makes an argument P against a certain behaviour or action Q, but the proponent himself engages in Q, hence we should disbelieve P. Undermining an argument against a certain behaviour or action on the grounds that the proponent himself engages in the very same behaviour or action. Example: my dad always warns me against taking up smoking, but he gets through a pack a day, so why should I listen to his warning? Real-life example. The UK's Prime Minister David Cameron recently launched an initiative to give parents child-rearing advice. However, some commentators pointed out that Cameron was not the best parent himself. After all, he had once forgotten his child in a pub toilet. The argument ran, David Cameron thinks there is too much bad parenting in Britain, but he once left his child in a pub toilet. So who is he to criticize? The mistake. Like all ad hominem arguments, this is simply irrelevant. The character of its proponent does not affect the truth of an argument. Even when the proponent himself engages in the behaviour in question, it doesn't mean that he's wrong or even insincere in condemning that behaviour. Just because the father smokes, this doesn't mean that he can't have an unbiased view that smoking is bad. Still less does it show that he's incorrect when he says that smoking is bad. The comeback. As with all ad hominem arguments, you should tell your opponent to stick to the argument, not worry about the person making it. After all, You are arguing about the facts of the matter, not about your respective behaviours. The father in the previous example has a reasonable belief that smoking is unhealthy. The fact that he himself smokes does not in the least affect the truth of his claims. If only things were that simple. After all, showing that your opponent can't reasonably hold a position based on contradictory commitments is a valid move. But a person's actions would seem to express just such implicit commitments. Thus the old saying, actions speak louder than words. If I smack my children, I am, at least implicitly, committed to the view that it's right to smack my children. Hence this argument can be a form of circumstantial ad hominem directed at the commitments of the speaker, specifically those to which his behaviour commits him. The title of a book by G.A. Cohen puts it well. If you're an egalitarian, how come you're so rich? To respond to this sort of argument, you have to show that you are not committed to your behaviours, that you do not engage in them because you think they are right, but because you are, in some way, weak. So the smoking father could respond, I don't smoke because I think it's good, I smoke because I'm addicted. Likewise, Cameron could respond, I don't condone leaving children in pub toilets. I did so because I sometimes forget things. Of course, whether such forgetfulness is a desirable trait in a statesman is a different matter. Significance. The argument's name is Latin for you too. In other words, you say that this behaviour is wrong, but you too engage in it. This is what the pot does when it calls the kettle black. Affirming the consequent. Formal. P is inferred from the major premise, if P, then Q, and the minor premise, Q. Substantiating a statement by showing proof of a tangential consequence. Example. If I had a deadly disease, I'd have a cough. I have a cough, therefore I have a deadly disease. Real-life example. Homer Simpson, worried about the non-existent problem of bears in Springfield, sets up a bear patrol. Looking around Springfield, he remarks with satisfaction, "Not a bear in sight. The bear patrol must be working like a charm." His reasoning may be formalized thus. Major premise, if the bear patrol were effective, then there'd be no bears around Springfield. Minor premise, there are no bears around Springfield. Conclusion, the bear patrol is effective. The problem is that the institution of the bear patrol doesn't account for the true reason there aren't any bears around Springfield, that there weren't any to begin with. The mistake. The argument is formally incorrect. That is, the conclusion simply does not follow from the premises. In the conditional, if P then Q, Q is a necessary condition for P. If P is the case, Q must be true. But P is only a sufficient, not a necessary condition for Q. The antecedent doesn't have to be true just because the consequent is true. So, in the previous example, if I had a deadly disease, I'd have a cough. But it doesn't follow that if I have a cough, I have a deadly disease. Similarly, with the Simpsons example, if the bear patrol were effective, there would be no bears in Springfield. But simply that there are no bears in Springfield doesn't show that the bear patrol is effective. Springfield just didn't have a bear problem in the first place. The comeback. Since the fallacy is a formal one, the comeback is simply to point out the fallacy, that the speaker has violated a rule of logic. Still, the onus may be on you to show that he can't accept the converse conditional, if Q, then P. You can do so by showing that the converse consequence doesn't hold. So, suppose your hypochondriac friend says, "I have a cough, but people with a deadly disease have a cough, so I must have a deadly disease." He's implicitly committing this fallacy. You can reassure him by pointing out that, while everyone with a deadly disease may indeed have a cough, it's not the case that everyone who has a cough has a deadly disease. People have coughs for all sorts of relatively innocuous reasons. In the Simpsons example before, Lisa tries to show that Homer's reasoning is wrong using a parallel example. "This rock keeps away tigers. Look, it works. You don't see any tigers, do you?" Of course, Homer fails to recognize that this is fallacious too, and ends up buying the rock from Lisa. Significance. Conditional statements let you make common but extremely useful inferences. So common and so useful are these inferences that they were given fancy Latin names by medieval scholars. So if I know that if P then Q, and I also know that P is the case, I also know that Q is the case, a form of inference known as modus ponens, the affirming way. Similarly, if I know that if P then Q, and I know that not Q, I also know that not P. If P were the case, then Q would have to be the case. But Q isn't the case, so neither can P. This is known as modus tollens, the denying way. The fallacy of affirming the consequent is far less useful but just as common, so it has its own Latin name. Modus morons, the foolish way. Ambiguity. Formal. An argument of the form A is B, B is C, so A is C, or similar, where the terms do not have a consistent meaning in the premises and conclusion. An argument in which there is a term common to the premises and conclusion, or to more than one of the premises, but the term carries a different sense in each instance. Example: Peter is a short professional basketball player. Hence, Peter is a professional basketball player, and he is short. Real-life example. Plato's Euthydemus gives a truly wonderful example. You say that you have a dog, Ctesippus. Yes, a villain of one. And he has puppies. Yes, as bad as he is. And the dog is their father. Yes, I saw him mount the bitch myself. And is he not yours? To be sure he is. Then he is a father, and he is yours. Ergo, he is your father, and the puppies are your brothers. The mistake. If an argument is to be valid, its terms must have a consistent meaning. So in a standard syllogism we say, A is B, B is C, so A is C. But if the terms A, B, or C have a different meaning in each of the premises, then the syllogism just doesn't follow. The terms look alike, but have a different meaning each time they appear. We can see this by working through the examples. The basketball example infers that Peter is short from Peter is a short basketball player. But this equivocates between the attributive and predicative uses of the term short. So, Peter is a short basketball player means something like Peter is below the average height of professional basketball players, whereas Peter is short means simply Peter is of below average height. But it's entirely possible for a short basketball player to be a tall man. If Peter is 6 feet 5 inches, he's below average for an NBA player, but is nonetheless a strapping young lad. Plato's example, similarly, equivocates between two different senses of your X. We can speak of Ctesippus's dog or Ctesippus's father, but these denote very different relations. Ctesippus's dog is that animal to whom Ctesippus is related as an owner. Ctesippus's father is that person to whom Ctesippus is related as a descendant. Now there is a sense in which the dog is Ctesippus's father. The dog is a father, and Ctesippus owns a dog. The dog is thereby Ctesippus's father. Compare, Ctesippus's dog is a mangy, flea-bitten mutt, so the dog is Ctesippus's mangy, flea-bitten mutt. But clearly, this does not mean that Ctesippus's relation to the dog is that of son to father. The comeback. You need to be able to disambiguate the argument's terms in order to show that the argument deploys them indiscriminately in different senses. Subsequently, you should restate the argument in terms that highlight the ambiguity. In the basketball example, you should recast the argument thus. P1. Peter is below the average height of a basketball player. Therefore, Peter is below average height. But now the argument doesn't even look valid. It would presuppose the additional premise that basketball players are of average height, which is clearly false. Significance. Ambiguity embraces equivocation, a situation where the same word has different meanings. However, ambiguity is the wider notion. Equivocation, strictly speaking, is a semantic ambiguity. The ambiguity arises because the same word refers to different things. For example, bank. Ambiguity, on the other hand, can also arise because of the syntax of a sentence, endowing the same word with a different meaning in the context of different sentences. So, in the basketball example, short has a different meaning when qualified by the term basketball player. In the dog example, your X has a different meaning depending on what X refers to. The development of logic was motivated in part by the need to develop a language immune to this sort of ambiguity. These languages are artificial, lots of squiggles and symbols replacing words, but are nonetheless extremely useful. Some enthusiastic linguists tried to develop a syntactically unambiguous natural language. Lojban and Loglan are two examples of this. Neither is extremely useful. Syntactic ambiguity is frequently the source of humour, as illustrated by Groucho Marx's classic quip, "I shot an elephant in my pyjamas. How he got into my pyjamas I'll never know." Or the wartime newspaper headline, "French push bottles up German rear." But, as with equivocations, these belong in the music hall, not the debating chamber. Anonymous authority. Informal. Argument P is justified by appeal to an authority A, whom the argument's proponent does not or cannot name. An argument's proponent justifies it by appeal to an unidentified authority. Example: experts say that gluten is bad for you, hence, I should avoid gluten. Real-life example. The phrase "that's what they say" or "experts say" is the most common form of this argument. If you swallow gum, it wraps around your heart and you die. How do you know that? Well, that's what they say. The mistake. There's no problem with appealing to authority when that alleged authority is in fact an expert on the topic in question. So if I say, black holes emit radiation, I can justify this by appealing to the authority of Stephen Hawking. But I cannot justify my belief when I cannot establish the credentials of the authority to which I appeal. So it's illegitimate to say, My mate Bob tells me that black holes emit radiation if Bob knows nothing about physics. If we appeal to an anonymous authority, then their anonymity ensures that their credentials cannot be checked. Hence, the appeal to this type of authority is illegitimate. The comeback. Challenge your opponent to establish the credentials of the authority he invokes. So if your opponent says, "They say that swallowing gum is bad for you," ask him, "Who is they, and where did they get their medical license?" Significance. We meet with this kind of argument all the time, not just in official debating contexts, but in everyday discussions. Each agrees. Everybody knows they're good for you. In an everyday context, of course, this is usually fine. When you brush your teeth every morning, you don't need to justify this by appealing to an expert. In a more formal debating context, however, such an implicit and unquestioning acceptance of authority just doesn't cut it. If you use an authority to back up your claim, you had better make sure of your authority's credentials. Appeal to anger. Argumentum ad odium. Informal. The proponent justifies his argument for P by playing on the anger of the audience. Or, proponent A argues P. Opponent B states that P offends him, therefore P must be false. Attempting to defend a position by exploiting the audience's feelings of anger, bitterness, and spite. Alternatively, attacking an opponent's argument on the grounds that it angers you or your audience. Example: let more immigrants into our country. These people who take our jobs, who live on welfare, who eat all kinds of foreign muck. I don't think so. Real-life example. A lot of populist rhetoric falls under this category. Donald Trump is an especially instructive example. His wild denunciations of Washington, the media, immigrants, Muslims, and other sundry figures, despite rendering him a figure of ridicule in the mainstream media, have been, at the time of this writing, instrumental in the success of his presidential campaign. The mistake. Facts are facts, regardless of how one feels about them. Just because a fact makes you angry, that doesn't stop it from being true. The reverse also holds. If a demagogue whips up a crowd to believe that P, it doesn't make P true. The comeback. This is a difficult move to counter, not because the move is particularly complex, but because the opponent has, as it were, stopped playing the game of logic altogether. He's no longer trying to establish whether the argument is correct, but is either just cynically counting on mobilizing the audience's anger, or is himself too angry to reason properly. So although you could convincingly point out that your opponent is arguing fallaciously, this may be ineffective. Logic, alas, has its limits. The better response would be to appeal to the audience's better nature. Should your opponent try to whip up hatred against a certain group, respond in kind by stressing the need for tolerance and understanding. Good luck with that. Significance. Logic is a powerful tool. Its power, however, has its limits. So it frequently loses out against emotion, not because emotion is more reliable than reasoning, but because emotion is simply more force. Appeal to authority. Argumentum ad verecundiam. Informal. Person A claims that P. A is considered an authority, therefore P. Attempting to support an argument P, not by offering any direct evidence that P, but by appealing to the testimony of an authority, A. Example: my dad says that scientists just planted dinosaur bones to discredit creationism. Hence, evolution must be false. Real-life example: some figures of the early Christian church did not believe that the earth was round, because this contradicted the authority of the Bible. Thus, the Bishop of Gabala, 4th century A.D., argued that the earth was flat, because this is what Scripture says: if it was round, how could the Lord stretch out the heavens as a curtain and spread them out as a tent to dwell in? Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22. Fortunately, the views of these flat-earthers never became official doctrine. The mistake: there is no problem with justifying a belief by appeal to authority, provided that the authority is an expert on the subject at hand. So if John is an expert on nuclear physics, it's reasonable to believe the claims he makes about, say, the possibility of cold fusion. However, it would be silly to defer to his authority qua nuclear physicist were he to pronounce on the death penalty. The comeback: demand proof of the authority's credentials on the subject under discussion. Does this person have expertise relevant to the topic at hand? If not, why on earth should you listen to them? Even if this authority does have relevant expertise, you can still raise doubts. An expert's opinion may not represent the consensus of other experts in the field. Indeed, he may be in the minority, and other experts may treat him as a crank. Similarly, the expert may have a vested interest in getting people to accept his opinions. He may be misusing his expertise to gain a financial or other personal benefit. So you could always demand a second opinion or corroboration from other experts in the field. Significance: we can't help but defer to authority in every stage and aspect of our lives. For instance, I may not understand aerodynamics, but I have no problem boarding a plane, because I know it was designed by experts who assure me that it can fly. But we can still take such expert pronouncements with a grain of salt. After all, a group of experts won't necessarily achieve an absolute consensus about a topic. Experts aren't necessarily impartial, and they often pronounce on topics beyond their care. Appeal to celebrity. Informal: celebrity A believes that P. A is famous, therefore P. Justifying a belief on the grounds that a celebrity believes it to be true. Example: noted actress Astrid McStar said that eating peas gives you cancer, so I'm going to stop eating peas. Real-life example: this argument is so silly that its advocates hardly ever spell it out. But most celebrity endorsements appeal implicitly to this kind of reasoning. Jennifer Aniston endorses a L'Oreal shampoo, so I should buy L'Oreal. After all, I'm worth it. The mistake: this argument is a kind of argument from authority, but one in which the flaw is more readily apparent. Being a celebrity almost never qualifies someone to pronounce authoritatively on any issue. That somebody had a #1 hit does not qualify them to pronounce on science. We should not listen to someone's political opinions just because their latest movie was a success. The comeback: as with any appeal to authority, the proper response is to demand appropriate credentials. Jennifer Aniston may say L'Oreal shampoo is the best, but she's not a trichologist. There are, of course, exceptions to this rule. If a sportsman endorses a certain brand of trainers, his testimony has some credibility. After all, he needs good footwear to succeed in his game. Similarly, it might be the case that Jennifer Aniston has such fabulous hair just because she washes it with L'Oreal every night, though I'm inclined to skepticism on that one. Of course, we may still wonder whether the celebrity is objective in his endorsement. After all, he earns a fee for it. Significance. People fall for this fallacy unconsciously more than consciously. They may believe things because celebrities say so, but they rarely justify their beliefs in this way. When the argument is spelled out, it is patently absurd. Still, the weight of celebrity is very significant. Why else would advertisers seek celebrities to endorse their products? Appeal to common belief. Argumentum ad populum. Informal. Everybody believes that P. Therefore, P. Justifying a proposition on the grounds that many people suppose it to be true. Example: everybody knows the sun goes round the earth, therefore the sun goes round the earth. Real-life example. Urban myths provide an excellent example of this phenomenon. Don't flush your baby crocodile down the toilet. Everybody knows it will grow up and come out to bite people on the butt. The mistake. This kind of argument requires a suppressed premise. If everybody believes a certain something, it must be true. But this principle is false. People are fallible, be they individuals or groups. As the old song goes, they all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. Hence, we shouldn't automatically give credence to a belief just because many or most people believe it. The comeback. The best comeback is to show that there is good evidence that the majority is wrong. For instance, you could invoke an expert's opinion asserting that the popular belief is false. Even better, you could offer evidence that contradicts the majority's view. Significance. This is another example of fallacies that are, for the most part, perpetrated unintentionally. Cases where people just don't think enough about their beliefs, but rather espouse them unthinkingly just because other people do. Now, there have been those who defend this practice by invoking the so-called wisdom of crowds. Whereas an individual will by definition have limited experience and be prone to making mistakes, such individual errors will tend to level out when there are enough people pitching in. But we should also remember that the wisdom of crowds tends to allow false beliefs to become common sense. If everybody believes something just because everybody else believes it, then it's entirely possible that they all believe something false. This is particularly notable in prejudicial beliefs. People in a racist group may unquestioningly believe that members of a different race are inferior just because everybody else around them believes this. The wisdom of crowds is often a byword for collective folly. Incidentally, the line about Columbus quoted before is itself an example of the ad populum fallacy. Nobody laughed at Christopher Columbus because he said the world was round. People had known that since the time of ancient Greece. They laughed at Columbus because he'd calculated the Earth's size erroneously, which led him to claim that it was far smaller than it actually is. On the basis of this miscalculation, he set out seeking a westward passage to India. It was a serendipitous stroke of luck that there happened to be a huge, undiscovered continent in the way. Appeal to desperation. The politician's syllogism. Informal, although it's also been expressed formally. Situation S demands a response. Action P is proposed as a solution, where P is, in fact, irrelevant to S. Demanding that an action be performed to resolve a situation, regardless of whether the proposed action will in fact resolve the situation in question. Example: this type of argument was canonically formulated in the British sitcom Yes, Minister. P1. Something must be done. P2. This is something. Therefore, we must do this. Real-life example. In 2012, the Republicans proposed raising the age of Medicare eligibility in an effort to stem the rising budget deficit. Research showed, however, that doing this would in fact increase the deficit in the long run. Paul Krugman, commenting, analyzed the Republican proposal thus. P1. Medicare costs demand a serious response. P2. Raising the Medicare age eligibility sounds like a serious response. Therefore, the Medicare age eligibility must be raised. The mistake. We can analyze the problem with this fallacy in a number of different ways. It can be analyzed as a formal fallacy, namely an equivocation, in the sense that the something doesn't mean the same thing in P1 and P2. In P1, the word something is shorthand for something that will resolve the crisis must be done. In P2, however, it lacks this qualification. Hence, the conclusion doesn't logically follow. Alternatively, even if the proposed solution would resolve the problem at hand, it doesn't mean it should be implemented. There may be other, possibly better ways of resolving the problem. Moreover, the proposed solution may be worse than the original problem. So, if I had an infected toe, one solution would be to amputate this body part. However, this doesn't mean I should amputate my toe. I could, for instance, treat it with antibiotics, or I might opt to just bear the infection a while. The comeback. You can point out that the proposed solution will prove ineffective, that there are alternative solutions to the problem at hand, or that the proposed cure is worse than the disease. Best of all, use all three comebacks, provided that they don't contradict each other, of course. So if someone argues, marijuana use is a problem, to solve it, we should lock up teens who smoke pot. You can respond that imprisoning drug users is ineffective because it doesn't stop people from using drugs. That there are better ways of dealing with this problem. For example, drug education, harm reduction programs, and that imprisoning drug users in fact creates more problems than it solves. You're generally worse off going to prison than smoking pot. Significance. This fallacy is, thanks to its appearance in the British sitcom Yes, Minister, sometimes known as the politician's syllogism. There, a senior civil servant compares this type of inference to the syllogism. P1, all cats have 4 legs. P2, my dog has 4 legs. Therefore my dog is a cat. This fallacy then could be taken as an example of affirming the consequent. The first premise says that there is a course of action that has to be implemented. The second premise says that this is an action. However, it doesn't follow that this particular action has to be implemented. For that, we would need an additional premise stating that any action must be implemented. Appeal to emotion. Informal. Proponent A argues for or against conclusion P by invoking the emotional effects of P. arguing for the conclusion of an argument by appealing to the emotions of the audience rather than addressing the matter at hand. Example: reducing welfare payments is cruel. Hence, we should not reduce welfare payments. Real-life example: anytime you hear the phrase, "think of the children," or a variation on it, you can be sure that this fallacy is lurking. Advocates of California's Proposition 8, for instance, or the Protecting Children from Internet Pornographers Act of 2011, which required Internet service providers to retain user IP addresses and enable the government to access that information on demand, would make appeals of this nature. The effect of this rhetoric was to make a rational response impossible. You oppose this bill? What sort of monster are you? The mistake. There is no problem with appealing to emotion in pursuit of a pragmatic end, that is, to motivate your audience to do something. We frequently need that tug on our heartstrings to goad us into action. The mistake arises when the appeal to emotion is used in lieu of an argument. The facts of the matter may be frightening, disgusting, enraging, but they are still the facts, regardless of how one feels. The comeback. Arguing against this move can be risky. If your opponent has successfully mobilized the audience's emotions, that audience might be prejudiced against considering the facts at all. Under these circumstances, even if you simply put forward the facts of the matter in a rational and objective manner, you run the risk of appearing cold-hearted and callous. The better response may be to buttress your own arguments with alternative appeals to emotion. So if you can argue that your opponent's course of action would indeed stop some suffering, but your own course of action will prevent even more suffering, then you can make an emotional appeal yourself. Doesn't your opponent care about the preventable suffering of these additional people? Significance. This fallacy is the generic form of which other appeals to emotion, the appeal to fear, the appeal to pity, are subspecies. The fallacy is identical in all cases. The proponent tries to argue his case not by appeal to the facts, but on the strength of his and others' emotional reactions to the facts. It is a fallacy for the very same reason. My feelings about the facts of the matter are simply irrelevant when it comes to their truth or falsity. This fallacy also occurs when what's at issue is not a factual matter per se, but instead turns on a question of right and wrong. So, an opponent of homosexuality may say, "Homosexuality is wrong. It's disgusting." The problem here, of course, is that his emotional reaction to homosexuality has no bearing in demonstrating that homosexuality is either right or wrong. After all, different people have different attitudes to homosexuality. Why should his emotional reaction have more weight than anyone else's? Appeal to faith. Informal. Proponent A has faith that P, therefore P, arguing for a conclusion purely on the basis of faith, rather than invoking any reason or evidence for its truth. Example: I have faith that the Lord will protect me from cancer. Hence, I have no need to give up smoking. Real-life example. Almost any religious dogma will, almost by definition, rely on this fallacy to some extent. In defending these dogmas, some apologists will also appeal to reason. St. Thomas Aquinas's Summa Theologica, for instance, is a masterpiece of subtle and profound argumentation in defense of Catholic dogma. Other religious apologists relegate a much greater role to pure faith. For instance, here is the inimitable Tertullian. What has Jerusalem to do with Athens, the church with the academy, the Christian with the heretic? I have no use for a Stoic or a Platonic or a dialectical Christianity. After Jesus Christ, we have no need of speculation. After the gospel, no need of research. Since finding was the object of your search and belief of your finding, your acceptance of the faith debars any prolongation of seeking and finding. Tertullian goes on in this vein, but his message is already abundantly clear. Reason has no place in justifying dogma. Faith alone can justify it. The mistake. This type of argument simply gives no reason to accept the truth of its conclusion. Its proponent substitutes evidence or reasoning with a blanket appeal to faith. But cogent arguments require reasoning and logic. An appeal to faith furnishes neither. Furthermore, such appeals are ineffective, precisely because faith is not universal. Faith is not of one kind but many. Moreover, many people lack faith altogether. A proponent's appeal to faith only works for other people who share that faith. It will be utterly ineffective against those who don't. The comeback. You can simply point out that by appealing to faith, your opponent has pretty much conceded that he has no valid reasons for his argument. But this move may be ineffective, depending on the strength of his faith and that of your audience. It may be better then to counter him on his own turf, either by showing how an appeal to faith can justify anything, or by using his faith to support your conclusion. So, if your opponent uses Leviticus's prescription on homosexuality to oppose gay marriage, you could argue, Leviticus also prescribes that you shouldn't wear mixed fibers, but you were wearing a polyester suit. Alternatively, you could say, fine, that's the faith of the Old Testament, but what about the message of tolerance and love in the New Testament? Shouldn't that encourage us to accept homosexuality? Significance. This fallacy is typically an appeal to authority. I believe something because this holy book or this religious official or the light of the Holy Spirit tells me to believe it. These arguments are problematic because there are lots of holy books and lots of religious officials, and they don't all agree on what to believe. For instance, Islam teaches that God is a single entity, while the Catholic Church claims that he is triune. Other religions may teach that there are many gods. But if the appeal to faith can justify such radically different conclusions, why should we believe any of them? Appeal to fear. Argumentum ad metum. Informal. Either P or Q. Q is frightening, therefore P. Or P is presented in a way that plays on the audience's pre-existing fears. Justifying a conclusion by instilling fear against the alternatives in your audience. Alternatively, justifying a course of action by playing on the audience's fears. Example. Either there's a monster under my bed or there isn't. But I would be terrified if there were such a monster, so best to assume that there isn't. Real-life example. This type of argument is common enough among fire and brimstone preachers, who tell you that if you don't believe in God, you will burn in the fires of hell. In other words, you should believe in God because you should fear the consequences of not believing in God. For the second kind of argument from fear, Take Donald Trump's election proposal to ban Muslims from the United States. Trump gave very little justification for his proposal or the proposal's presumed effectiveness, or indeed its constitutional legitimacy. Rather, his argument played on the audience's fear of Muslims with demagogic language that demonized them. Something bad is happening. Something really dangerous is going on. The mistake. As with any appeal to emotion, this argument is simply irrelevant. The facts are the facts, regardless of how I feel towards them. Whether I am frightened of a conclusion or not, that doesn't stop it from being true. This argument is more frequently used in contexts concerning actions. So in a case where action P or Q must be taken, the proponent argues for P by making Q look scary. Alternatively, he justifies an action by playing on the audience's fears. This is not as such invalid. Churchill's arguments for war were no less valid because they played on the fears of Nazi Germany. But such appeals are invalid when the relevant fears are ungrounded. The comeback. The trick here is to show that there's nothing to be frightened of, or that your opponent is exaggerating. So if I don't believe in God, I don't believe in hell anyway, so why worry? To make this comeback really effective, however, you have to be in command of the facts. So if your opponent is arguing that the US should invade a small country on the grounds that it has stockpiled a terrifying arsenal of weapons, ask him to prove this latter claim. If he can't, you can demonstrate that he is just playing on his audience's fears. Whether this comeback will change anybody's mind, however, is another matter. Significance. This argument is sadly far too popular among demagogues, who try to shore up their power by playing on their followers' fears of their opponents or minority groups. Whether it is a case of a military junta playing to fears of their socialist opponents, or an anti-Semitic government playing to a fear of Jewish people, the principle remains the same. Play to the tune of your audience's fears to make one group look like their enemy and to make yourself look like their allies. More prosaically, this is also a favoured tactic of advertisers. Buy deodorant, they will say, otherwise you will stink. Baby-proof your house with our products, otherwise your baby will drink your bleach. Spotting such fallacies doesn't just help with your logic, but with your shopping as well. Appeal to heaven. Informal. God demands that P must be done. Therefore, P must be done. Justifying an action on the grounds that it has divine assent. In other words, that God wants you to engage in it. Example: why did I rob all those banks? Because God told me to. Real-life example. The biblical story of Abraham and Isaac, Genesis chapter 22, verses 2 to 8, perfectly illustrates this fallacy. God commands Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac on an altar. Abraham, being a pious man, follows God's instructions and binds Isaac to an altar, fully prepared to sacrifice him. Abraham is only stopped at the last minute by an angel, who, saying, "Now I know you fear God," allows Abraham to sacrifice a ram in Isaac's stead. The mistake. This argument is a kind of appeal to faith, and consequently suffers from the same problem. Even assuming that there is a God, it can be tricky to determine his will. Your opponent may believe that his actions are divinely mandated. However, the burden of proof is on him to show that he's justified in assuming this divine warrant. After all, God has been used to justify all sorts of heinous acts, be they serial murders or widespread religious persecution. Your opponent had better have some compelling evidence to show that God really demands what he's proposing. The comeback. You can simply dismiss this kind of argument by showing it's an appeal to faith. Your opponent may claim that God demands that such and such be done, but nobody else has reason to believe this. Alternatively, you could ask why God demands this. Does God demand it because it is good? If so, the appeal to heaven is superfluous. The action is justified anyway because it is good. Or is it good just because God commands it? But if God's will makes actions right or wrong, then this could justify anything, even killing your firstborn son, as the Abraham and Isaac example shows. Can we really justify actions on the say-so of one individual, no matter how powerful he may be? Significance. The latter response to the appeal to heaven is sometimes called the Euthyphro Dilemma, based on an analogous argument in Plato's Euthyphro. Euthyphro, a religious fanatic, believes he has divine warrant to prosecute his father for murder. His action is holy. It is loved by the gods. Socrates asks him simply, do the gods love something because it is holy, or is it holy because the gods love it? Euthyphro lives his life according to what he takes to be divine edict. Yet he is at a loss to answer even this simple question about why divine edict is valuable. Appeal to the moon. Informal. Society S or person P has accomplished feat F. Therefore, society T or person Q should be able to achieve feat G. Arguing that because a person or society has achieved something great, for example putting a man on the moon, another person or society should be able to achieve something else of similar stature. Example: if we can put a man on the moon, we can sure cure cancer. Real-life example. After the 2008 financial crisis, the government spent hundreds of billions to ensure that certain major banks and other financial institutions didn't go under. Hence, there was less money to spend on social welfare, defense, infrastructure, etc. But, critics argued, if the government could afford to spend billions on bailing out the banks, surely it could afford a similar sum to fund social welfare programs. The mistake. We can understand this type of argument as a sort of appeal to possibility. So, the reasoning goes, society achieved the initial great feat which was considered impossible, hence it can certainly achieve this second thing, even though it is likewise considered impossible. But the two feats are different. Therefore it doesn't follow that it's even possible to achieve the second feat, let alone that it's probable. The comeback. First, point out that your opponent's argument is simply invalid. The fact that one difficult thing has been achieved doesn't mean that a different difficult thing may also be achieved. After all, the difficulties associated with the latter feat remain unaffected by the achievement of the first feat. You should then point out just how great these difficulties are. Perhaps putting a man on the moon is in fact relatively simple compared to curing cancer. Significance. This argument may be formally invalid, but when used properly, its underlying message seems sound. Don't be scared about dreaming big. people can and do achieve great things. After all, we put a man on the moon. Appeal to nature. Informal. P is natural, therefore P is good. Or, P is unnatural, therefore P is bad. Or, P is natural, Q is unnatural, therefore P is better than Q. Grounding the value of something by appealing to its naturalness. In other words, claiming either that something is good because it is natural or bad because it is unnatural. Example: homosexuality is unnatural. The body just isn't designed for that sort of activity, so it must be wrong. Real-life example. The following advertisement for American Spirit neatly encapsulates the appeal to nature. Taste nature and nothing else. You'll never find any additives in our tobacco. What you see is what you get. Simply 100% whole-leaf natural tobacco. True, authentic tobacco taste. It's only natural. The ad implicitly assumes, or invites someone to assume, that while the nasty additives are bad, the tobacco itself must be wholesome because it's natural. They forget to mention, of course, that this all-natural tobacco is precisely what kills you. The mistake. This type of argument assumes implicitly or explicitly that what's natural is good while what's unnatural is bad. But this dichotomy is obviously false. Jam is unnatural, death-cap mushrooms are natural, but that doesn't mean that death-cap mushrooms are better than jam on toast. The comeback. Your comeback should be tailored to your opponent's argument. Sometimes your best recourse would be to challenge him on the implicit dichotomy natural equals good, non-natural equals bad. So if your opponent argues that, say, herbal medicine is better than pharmaceutical medicine on the grounds that herbal medicine is natural, you should point out that pharmaceutical medicine is usually rather more effective at fighting disease. Alternatively, you could question whether your opponent's distinction between natural and non-natural makes sense. So, if your opponent argues that homosexuality is wrong because it's unnatural, you could argue that homosexual behavior is also observed in animals. How, then, could it be deemed unnatural? Further, you might question whether we should be making this distinction at all. Isn't man part of nature? Isn't his intelligence and inventiveness part of his nature? How, then, can anyone claim that the products of his intellect are somehow unnatural? Significance. This argument has been often used by quacks of all stripes, be it the proponents of natural medicines, social Darwinists and their charming National Socialist progeny, or traditional moralists. All of them set up a normative dichotomy between the natural and the non-natural, a dichotomy which is, as we've seen, not unproblematic. The distinction between natural and non-natural, or artificial or conventional, in Western philosophy starts with the Sophists, circa 5th to 4th centuries BC, some of whom use this distinction to denigrate the conventional in favour of the natural. One particularly memorable example of this is furnished by Callicles, an otherwise unknown figure making an appearance in Plato's Gorgias. In that dialogue, Callicles denigrates conventional, democratic egalitarian morality in favour of the doctrine of might makes right, on the grounds that it is the universal law of nature that the strong should rule the weak. Against this claim, Socrates delivers a knock-down argument. If the many are collectively stronger than any one individual, no matter how strong he may be, then they have, by Callicles' own principles, the right to rule the one strong man. Note well, this argument is sometimes conflated with the naturalistic fallacy, but they are very different. The naturalistic fallacy concerns what sort of property goodness is, not whether nature is good or not. Appeal to normality. Informal. P is normal, therefore P is good. Alternatively, P is abnormal, therefore P is bad. Judging whether something is good or bad depending on whether it is determined to be normal. Example: normal people listen to top 40 hits, not to Bach. So listening to the Brandenburg concertos is wrong. Real-life example. President Nixon's appeal to the silent majority has echoes of this fallacy. In response to the political turmoil of the late 60s, Nixon contended that the protests against Vietnam, or in favor of civil rights for women and minorities, no matter how vocal, did not represent the views of ordinary Americans. This rhetoric encouraged people to ignore the protesters on the grounds that they were abnormal. The underlying logic seemed to be, you are the ordinary normal Americans, they are the other, the minority. You should ignore them because they are abnormal. The mistake. Sometimes what's normal is legitimately a byword for what's good. For instance, if a doctor says he's breathing normally, that means the patient is fine. If the doctor says he's breathing abnormally, there's usually a problem. But when what's normal is just what most people do or believe or like, then it doesn't have this normative connotation. Just because a majority of people prefer Justin Bieber to Bach, it doesn't mean the former is in any way superior to the latter. Additionally, the opinions of the majority can shift, as in the case of Nixon's appeal to the then silent majority. Thus, some views of the then minority have now become normal. Who nowadays would defend Nixon's values? The comeback. You can point out that in matters of subjective taste, the majority's opinion doesn't make things right or wrong. Just because what you like may be unpopular, you aren't wrong in liking it. Moreover, by valuing what's normal and denigrating what's different, your opponent is committed to a rather uninspired and conformist view of the world, one in which there's no room left for individuality or nonconformity. But the world needs people who don't go along with the majority opinion. They are the visionaries who blaze new trails in the arts, letters, and sciences. Significance. This argument is a form of argumentum ad populum. If the majority of people, that is, the normal people, think something is right, then they must be right. But this inference is not only invalid but dangerous, laying the ground for what J.S. Mill called the tyranny of the majority, a state of affairs where minority opinions could be considered wrong or evil just because they go against the majority. True, a healthy society needs conformists, but it equally needs people who go against the grain and follow their own path. Appeal to pity. Argumentum ad misericordiam, or the Galileo Argument. Informal. Argument P is justified by invoking the opponent's pity. Attempting to support a position not by offering any arguments or evidence in its favour, but by appealing to the opponent's feelings of pity or guilt. Example: I know I got every question in the exam wrong, but I need an A to get a scholarship. Hence, you should give me an A. Real-life example. An old joke puts it well. I know you've caught me killing my parents with an axe, but I don't deserve to be punished. Can't you see I'm an orphan? The mistake. This fallacy is a specific kind of appeal to emotion and shares the common problem plaguing these types of fallacy. One's feelings are irrelevant to the facts. If I argue that 2 + 2 makes 5, it doesn't matter that I may be dying, just got divorced, or lost a limb. Pity me or don't, I'm still wrong. The comeback. The simplest comeback would be to point out the argument's irrelevance. Your opponent isn't supporting his position at all, but simply tugging at the heartstrings. Of course, you might look heartless in doing so. As an alternative, you could turn his rhetorical technique against him by pointing out how cynical he's being in using this ploy. He's just telling the audience a sob story to conceal his faulty or non-existent argument. By exposing him thus, you could get him to lose the goodwill he's trying to attract. Significance. This argument is very popular in legal defences centering on the notion that one should exonerate the criminal because of his pitiable circumstances. In some cases, such a defence is valid. You don't prosecute a man who steals a loaf of bread to feed his starving family. In other cases, it's misplaced, as with the orphan example before. This argument is sometimes called the Galileo Argument, named after the sufferings of the great Italian scientist. This is a bit of a misnomer. Galileo's arguments were based on rigorous observation and logical deduction, not pity. In fact, it was his watertight logical arguments that brought him into his eventual pitiable state. Appeal to possibility. Informal. P is possible, therefore P. Asserting that something is or will be the case on the grounds that it's possible that it is the case. Example. It's possible that the sun won't rise tomorrow. Hence, the sun isn't going to rise tomorrow. Real-life example. Catastrophizing, a mode of thinking where somebody tends to assume that the worst-case scenario is going to happen, is an excellent example of this. You imagine the worst thing that can possibly happen to you and then convince yourself that it's going to happen. You'll lose your job, your wife, your kids. You'll end up homeless, etc., even though you have no evidence that any of this will happen. Faulty as this thinking is, it has nonetheless been immortalized in Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. To which Sod's Law adds the addendum, and at the worst possible time. The mistake. The argument is, at its simplest, a modal fallacy. Not everything that is possible is actual. After all, it's possible that Mars is inhabited by intelligent turnips, or that the Soviet Union could have won the Cold War, or that the sun won't rise tomorrow. However, that doesn't make any of these statements true. Things become more complex when we're dealing with probabilities, when the envisaged outcome will probably but not certainly happen. So it's probable, let's say, that Too Good for Glue will win the Kentucky Derby. His odds are at 1 to 4. But it's not certain that he will win. You would probably be better off not betting your life savings on it. The comeback. Your opponent tries to get you to conclude that something is the case because it could be the case. But there's a pretty big gap between possibility and actuality. You can ask how probable it is that what he's saying is or will come true. So suppose he believes the moon landings were faked. After all, isn't this possible? but the moon landings involved thousands of people. If they were faked, this would require that all of them somehow kept this a secret, rather than even one of them earning a fortune by selling the story to the press. Just how likely is that scenario? Significance. This fallacy seems to underlie others, such as the slippery slope fallacy. So it's certainly possible that a minor change will lead to another, and then to another, and so on, until you have a truly catastrophic change. But, you may respond, it doesn't mean that any of this will happen, or even that it's likely that it will happen. Appeal to ridicule. Reductio ad ridiculum. Informal. Proponent A argues that P. Opponent B undermines P by ridiculing it without addressing the argument underpinning P. Attacking an opponent's argument not by addressing the matter at hand, but by resorting to mockery. For example, repeating his argument in a sarcastic tone. Example. So you say God, this magic sky pixie, made the world? Please tell us more about this magic sky pixie. I'd love to hear it. Real-life example. During the 2008 presidential election, Obama claimed that we could all do our bit to reduce America's dependence on oil. For instance, if you inflate your car's tires properly, it saves on gas. His opponent John McCain and his various allies in the conservative media had a field day with this. So, here is Senator McCain's response. He actually thinks that raising taxes on oil is going to bring down the price at the pump. He's claiming that putting air in your tires is the equivalent of new offshore drilling. That's not an energy plan, my friends. That's a public service announcement. There's no real argument here, of course. Senator McCain just lays out his opponent's position and tries to make it sound as silly as possible. The mistake. This just isn't an argument. Your opponent isn't marshalling any new evidence or showing why your argument is invalid, or adding any new substantive content to the debate. They're simply making your argument sound silly. The comeback. Ask your opponent whether he actually has a rebuttal, or whether he just wants to waste the audience's time putting on a silly voice. Significance. This type of argument may not be valid, but can nonetheless be effective. By mocking an opponent's argument, they're not only implying that their argument is foolish, but suggesting that the opponent himself is foolish for espousing it. But, crucially, they're also getting their audience to believe that they would be foolish for believing the argument. Only stupid people will believe my opponent's argument, and you're not stupid, are you? The appeal to ridicule effectively shuts down critical scrutiny of your position, and that's why it can be so effective. Appeal to tradition. Informal. P is traditionally believed to be true. Therefore, P. Implicit premise, whatever has been traditionally believed to be true is true. Arguing that something is true or valuable on the grounds that it is traditionally believed. Example. A woman's place is in the home. After all, this has traditionally been the case since time immemorial. Real-life example. American football has come under scrutiny recently because of a growing awareness of the grave long-term cranial and spinal damage its players suffer. In response to calls to ban the sport from high schools and universities, some defenders of the sport made an appeal to tradition. Of course we should keep the sport the way it's always been. It's a time-honored American tradition, they claimed. These commentators did not address why a sport that causes such injuries is a worthy tradition. The mistake. Your opponent argues, at least implicitly, that what's traditional is good because it's traditional. But clearly there are traditions that are wicked. The practice of female genital mutilation, for example, as well as traditions that are mistaken. The once popular belief that the sun goes round the earth, for instance. But if traditions can be debunked, then an appeal to tradition cannot do the work of showing that something is good or correct. The comeback. Begin by pointing out that your opponent's premise is unsound. Tradition alone can justify nothing. Then you can point out just how harmful your opponent's tradition actually is. So, a woman's place may traditionally have been in the home, but this was hugely detrimental to their welfare. Society may traditionally have thought homosexuality was sinful, but this was an injury to homosexuals. People may have traditionally smoked in bars, but we now know this was harmful to the health of staff and patrons. Significance. This mistake is a type of argumentum ad populum. However, the populum to whom the argumentum is ad comprise the dead as much as the living. We should believe something because the majority of our ancestors believed it. But, as with the argumentum ad populum, what our ancestors believed wasn't necessarily right. Indeed, their ignorance was compounded by their faith to tradition. Bear in mind, however, that traditions can encode societal wisdom, even if that wisdom is not immediately apparent to its practitioners. The traditional strictures against sex outside of marriage, for instance, form part of a network of beliefs and practices about marriage, childbearing, and legitimacy. To attack these strictures risks undermining all of these other practices on which societal stability depends. Of course, the burden of proof is on the person defending these practices. Argument from ignorance. Argumentum ad ignorantium. Informal. Proponent A argues that P, on the grounds that there is no evidence that P is false. Alternatively, he argues that P is false on the grounds that there is no evidence for P. Justifying a conclusion by appealing to the lack of evidence that it is false. Alternatively, assuming that something is false because of lack of evidence that it is true. Example: why don't you believe that aliens walk among us as we speak? What evidence do you have to suggest this view is wrong? Real-life example. In 1950s America, Senator Joseph McCarthy conducted a notorious witch hunt against communists and communist sympathizers, whom he believed to have infiltrated American institutions at the highest level. Giving evidence against alleged communist fellow travelers in the State Department, Senator McCarthy said of one case, "I do not have much information on this except the general statement of the agency that there is nothing in the files to disprove his communist connections." In other words, we should assume that the agent in question was a communist because we don't know that he is not a communist. The mistake. Just because we don't know something or can't readily find evidence in its favor, that doesn't necessarily mean it's false. Of course, in most cases, it's a good idea not to believe something if you don't have adequate evidence for it. But even if I should not believe that something is true, it doesn't follow that I should believe that it is false. Agnosticism pending further evidence is always an option. Certainly, if I should not believe that something is false, having no evidence for its falsity, this doesn't mean that I should believe it to be true. The comeback. Remind your opponent of the crucial distinction between absence of evidence and evidence of absence. So, just because there is no positive evidence for something, that is not by itself a reason to disbelieve it. There may be other reasons that the evidence is not forthcoming. Thus, we may have no evidence of aliens, but that doesn't mean we should disbelieve their existence. The universe is a big place, and they may be hiding somewhere. These considerations of the available evidence are especially important when this argument is deployed to prove a negative. If you can't prove me wrong, I'm right. First, remind your opponent that he needs some positive proof that he's right. Second, point out that he's essentially asking you to prove a negative, which is rather difficult. After all, how could you disprove the existence of aliens, short of exploring every inch of the universe? If he doesn't budge, you can reduce his position to absurdity by showing that his move lets you justify anything. So, if you accept his argument, he should also accept that there are fairies at the bottom of the garden. After all, he can't prove otherwise, and by his logic, if you can't disprove something, you must accept it. The significance. This argument might be understood as resting on a false dilemma. So, either I should believe P or not. If I have no reason to believe that P, the only alternative is to believe that not P. But the negation of believing P is not disbelieving P, but simply not believing P, a condition satisfied by the agnostic as much as the atheist. This type of argument, as we've seen, sometimes involves proving non-existence. If I can't show that P is false, I must believe that P. But proving non-existence is a tricky task. Base rate. Informal. In determining the probability of an event E, the base rate probability that E will happen is disregarded, and specific facts about the case are used instead. Information about the overall probability of an event is ignored when estimating how likely it is to occur in a particular case. Example. Suppose you have developed a test for disease X, which, although rare, only 1 person in 1,000 suffers from it, is always fatal. Now your test gives no false negatives, but has a 5% chance of giving a false positive, meaning that if you have the disease, the test will always tell you, but even if you don't have the disease, you will get a positive result 5% of the time. Now suppose Bob takes the test for the disease and, oh no, his result comes up positive. Of course, it may be a false positive, but only 5% of cases are false positives. So Bob thinks, there's a 95% chance he's got the disease. It's time to put his affairs in order. Not so fast. Take 1,000 randomly selected people from the population and run the test on them. Of this 1,000, 1 person will have the disease. He will display a positive result. But as we've said, the test has a 5% false positive rate. Hence, there will be 50 additional people who test positive for disease X. So the probability that Bob has disease X is in fact 1 in 51. The overwhelming likelihood is that he doesn't have the disease. Real-life example. Practitioners of faith healing and alternative medicine fall into this trap. The Lord's healing power works, they proclaim. Just last year our church cured 20 people of cancer by the power of prayer alone. Sounds impressive. But if the base rate of cancer remission is 5%, and the church prayed for 400 patients, then the statistical likelihood is that 20 patients would have gotten better anyway. The results of the church's activities, that is, have no effect on the actual rate of remission. The mistake. Bob's reasoning has gone askew because he has not taken into account the base rate of the disease. The chance that he's got the disease is very low, only 1 in 1,000. Instead, Bob is relying on the specific information at hand, namely, that he's tested positive for the disease. He thinks that the chances of being a false positive are likewise only 5%. However, if he had taken into account that the test's rate of failure is far higher than the rate of people who actually have the disease, he would have realized that a false positive is much more likely than an accurate result. We see the same mistake with the faith-healing example. The base rate of cancer remission is 5%. The statistical likelihood is therefore that 20 out of 400 patients will get better naturally. The Church's rate of success doesn't improve the base rate of remission, and therefore there is no evidence that prayer is effective in treating cancer. The comeback. The only comeback to this fallacy is to have a sound grasp of statistics and probability theory. You need to be able to point out not only that your opponent is committing this fallacy, but also specifically what's at stake here. However, during the fast and furious process of debate, it can be very difficult to spot these errors, let alone explain them to your audience. Significance. This fallacy illustrates some of the problems that we face when thinking about probability. It's worth thinking through the previous example to understand how it works. Begging the question. Petitio principii. Formal. Proponent A justifies P on the grounds that Q, and justifies Q on the grounds that P. An argument whose premises assume the truth of its conclusion. Example. People's motivations are always self-interested. Whenever they aim at another's welfare, they're really aiming at their own good. Hence, we see that people are always self-interested. Real-life example. In Molière's play The Imaginary Invalid, we witness a group of physicians explain why opium puts people to sleep. They explain this by its virtus dormitiva, Latin for soporific capacity. But this just means that opium has the power to put people to sleep. So the learned doctors effectively claim that opium puts people to sleep because it has the capacity to put people to sleep. But we already knew that opium has the power to put people to sleep. That's what we're trying to explain. The mistake. An argument justifies its conclusion on the basis of its premises, and its premises on the basis of its conclusion. Since the conclusion is precisely what's at stake, the premises must be acceptable without assuming the truth of the conclusion. Otherwise, there's no more reason to accept the premises than the conclusion. But question-begging arguments violate this stricture. The truth of the premises depends on the truth of their conclusion. Such arguments are hopeless, as they assume what they set out to prove. How do such arguments arise? The simplest way is when the conclusion simply rephrases the premises, as in the Molière example before. In these cases, the argument appears to be P, therefore Q, but is in fact P, therefore P. P just rephrases Q. This is particularly risky when the premise is rephrased into Latin. As we know, speaking Latin makes you appear profound. After all, quid Latine dictum sit, altum videtur. These arguments also arise when the truth of the premises depends indirectly on that of the conclusion. So if I justify P by Q, but justify Q by P, I haven't justified P at all. In our altruism example, the proponent justifies his belief that everyone is selfish by claiming that apparently altruistic acts are, in fact, indicative of disguised self-interest. But nobody would believe the second proposition without believing the first. Hence, the proponent of the argument has begged the question. The comeback. This fallacy, when spotted, obviously makes the argument hopeless. The tricky bit is spotting it. After all, your opponent will, wittingly or unwittingly, be concealing his maneuver. Hence, you have to show that your opponent's premises assume the conclusion, either by rephrasing it or by presupposing it. How you go about this depends, of course, on the argument. With the altruism example, you might argue thus. People are always selfish. Well, I don't know. Lucy gave some money to a panhandler just now. Yeah, but she's obviously doing out of selfish motives, like appeasing her conscience or something. Why would you think that? Geez, didn't you hear me? Because people are always selfish. It's now obvious that your opponent has begged the question. Significance. This fallacy's name is a mistranslation of the Latin petitio principii, meaning to assume the initial position. In Greek, to ex ars aitestai. The term to beg the question is sometimes used to mean raise or evade the question, which is, strictly speaking, inaccurate. Formally, the argument is impeccable. It is of the form P, therefore P, which is logically impeccable, albeit uninformative. Particular types of this fallacy include circular reasoning and no true Scotsman. Biased sample. Informal. Population M has a subclass M which has characteristic P. It is then inferred that M also has characteristic P. However, M is not representative of M. Where a general conclusion about a population is drawn from the behavior of a small sample when the sample does not accurately represent the population as a whole. Example. A poll of 100 Americans showed that 98% believed in God. Hence, 98% of Americans believe in God. The pollster did not mention that the sample consisted of congregants of the First Pentecostal Church of Alabama. Real-life example. The famous picture of President Harry S. Truman shows him brandishing a copy of the Chicago Daily Tribune with the banner headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," a few days after Truman had defeated Dewey in the 1948 election. How could the newspaper get it so wrong? Well, they went by their polls. But their polls were conducted by telephone, which, at the time, only rich Americans could afford. Hence the polling sample was biased, albeit unintentionally. The mistake. Sampling is a species of inductive reasoning. The sample is a microcosm of the whole population. What's true of the sample is taken to be true of the whole. In a biased sample, however, the sample doesn't represent the whole. So, in the first example, what's true of the members of the church was taken to be true of all Americans. However, this inference would only hold if all Americans were members of the First Pentecostal Church. The comeback. You have to show that the sample does not represent the population. So in the case of the first example, you could point out that the pollster's sample only included Americans who lived in one particular location and subscribed to one particular worldview. Significance. This fallacy isn't always committed deliberately. It frequently comes about when sloppy polling methods are used. Suppose an online poll says that 60% of Americans will vote for Hillary Clinton. Does that mean that Clinton will cruise to victory in 2016? Not necessarily. After all, not all Americans have access to the Internet. Of those who do, not everyone is interested in filling out online polls. Now, it could be the case that Clinton supporters all have Internet access and spend time participating in online polls, whereas Trump supporters generally don't. If that is the case, this particular sample does not represent America's voting intentions. So, Trump may gain a surprise victory in spite of this poll's predictions. Blind authority. Informal. Authority A states that P, therefore P. Justifying an argument based on the say-so of an authority whose credentials have neither been examined nor questioned. Example: my cult leader says that God will immolate the earth next week. Hence, the end of the world is nigh. Real-life example. The beliefs and practices of cults provide clear, if distressing, examples of this phenomenon. For instance, the leader of the Heaven's Gate cult persuaded his followers that their souls could evacuate the Earth and board an alien spacecraft, supposedly trailing the Hale-Bopp comet, thereby reaching an above-human level of existence. The cult's members believed that death was a prerequisite for transcending their earthly existence, so 39 of them committed mass suicide in March 1997. Why did they do so? Answer: because the cult's leader told them to. The cult's adherents never raised the question as to why they should believe him. The mistake. An appeal to authority is legitimate only when the authority has a well-established expertise on the matter at hand. But the fallacy of blind authority ignores this criterion. The authority is trusted blindly without first establishing his credentials related to the matter at hand. Once we realize that, it becomes apparent that there is no reason to trust this authority more than anybody else. The comeback. In an ideal world, it should suffice to point out that your opponent's appeal to authority is entirely ungrounded. However, this won't necessarily convince him. Your appeal to reason may have no effect against his faith in his chosen authority. Significance. This argument is a fairly extreme type of the appeal to authority, but it's interesting to note how our unthinking obedience to authority makes us prey to this fallacy. The Illuminatus trilogy, a cult sci-fi conspiracy novel, mentions the alleged anarchist pastime of the so-called Bavarian fire drill, where anarchists would dress up in uniforms, stop the traffic, and, announcing a Bavarian fire drill, would make drivers exit and run in a circle around their cars. The drivers obey simply because they are told to do so. Of course, this is what the book tells you. Should you believe this actually happened? Cherry-picking. Informal. Evidence E supports P. Evidence F contradicts it. Proponent A appeals to evidence E to prove that P, while ignoring evidence F. Establish a conclusion by means of evidence, but selectively citing only evidence that supports your conclusion, while suppressing any evidence which contradicts it. Example: this study showed that 100 cancer sufferers who used homeopathy recovered, so it is established that homeopathy can cure cancer, while failing to mention that the study had 10,000 subjects, the rest of whom did not respond to this cure. Real-life example. The National Rifle Association frequently claims that the Constitution guarantees citizens the right to bear arms, citing the Second Amendment. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. However, they omit the first part of this clause, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, a phrase which casts the meaning of the amendment in a rather different light. The mistake. The proponent's argument looks legitimate enough. He makes a claim and backs it up with some relevant evidence. However, he has failed to mention some other evidence which contradicts his claim, as with the homeopathy example, or which qualifies his claim, as with the Second Amendment example. If all the evidence had been presented, his claim would be shown to be unjustified. The comeback. The best comeback is to simply know more about the topic than your opponent. For instance, if your opponent is an NRA member quoting the Second Amendment, simply point out that your opponent is selectively quoting the text. If you can't do this, you can still try and deconstruct the evidence adduced. So, with the homeopathy example, you could ask about the size of the study group and the rate of natural remission from cancer. If it turns out that 1 in 100 cancer patients will undergo natural remission, then his evidence has proven nothing. We'd expect that 100 patients out of 10,000 would spontaneously get better anyway. Significance. This fallacy is committed involuntarily as much as it is carried out voluntarily. We all subconsciously seek out evidence that corroborates our beliefs, and tend to ignore evidence that contradicts them. This is a phenomenon known as confirmation bias, so we'd be well advised to be on guard against sloppiness in our own thinking as much as our opponents. Sample bias can be an instance of this fallacy. Circular reasoning. Informal. P is justified by Q. However, Q could only be justified by accepting P. Alternatively, P is justified by Q, which is justified by a number of other steps, which are ultimately justified by accepting P. Arguing for a conclusion on the basis of a set of premises where the truth of the premises assumes the truth of the conclusion. Example: my cult leader is infallible. He tells me so. I know what he tells me is true because he's infallible. Real-life example. Galileo Galilei's overthrow of the Aristotelian world system was not, as is sometimes believed, achieved by simply dropping 2 different weights off the Tower of Pisa. Rather, he took apart Aristotle's arguments for his cosmological system one by one, showing that they were logically flawed. Galileo reconstructs Aristotle's argument for the Earth's immobility thus. P1. Freely falling objects fall in a straight line towards the center of the Earth. P2. The Earth rotates, so the tower rotates around the center of the Earth. P3. If the tower were rotating around the center of the Earth, the stone would not fall at the foot of the tower, but would fall to the west of it. P4. But the stone falls to the base of the tower. Therefore, the Earth does not rotate. The problem with this argument lies in premise P1, which is precisely the point at issue. Sure, if you're an Aristotelian, you believe that the stone moves in a straight line towards the center of the Earth. But if you're not, you can quite happily reject the view that the stone has a straight motion and instead believe that it has a compound motion, comprised of its own motion and that of the Earth's, which would account for it falling to the base of the tower. So, P1 in the argument depends ultimately on the premise that the Earth does not rotate. We can say that freely falling objects fall in a straight line only by assuming that the Earth stands still. But that, of course, is precisely what the argument sets out to prove. So the argument, like the Earth's rotation, is circular. The mistake. This fallacy is a subspecies of begging the question, and suffers from the same problem. Your opponent's argument must argue his contentious conclusion on the basis of uncontentious, or at least less contentious, premises. However, if the premises themselves are justified only on the basis of the conclusion, the argument can't work. There is no more reason to accept the premises than there is to accept the conclusion. The comeback. It should suffice to point out the circuitous reasoning. Since your opponent has given you no more reason to believe his premises than his conclusion, you've no reason to believe either. The difficulty, of course, lies in bringing the circularity to light, since it would usually be concealed. Of course, even if you point the circularity out, this may not help move the debate forward. I doubt that the cult member in the previous example would be especially moved by your rational argument. Significance. As mentioned, this is a subspecies of begging the question. However, it also differs from it because here the premises and the conclusion must be different. The premises cannot be just a reworded version of the conclusion. It's interesting to note, however, how much of our everyday life depends on this sort of reasoning. Economics gives us some good examples. Why is gold valuable? Answer: because people value it. But why do people value it? Answer: because it is valuable. Complex question. Many questions or loaded question fallacy. Plurium interrogationum. Informal. The speaker asks a question which presupposes a number of facts, P, Q, R, to which the respondent is not committed. The speaker poses a question that contains a complex presupposition. The presupposition is not stated but is required for the question to make sense. Example. Suppose someone asks me, "Have you stopped beating your wife?" The question requires a yes-no response. However, this requirement presupposes a number of facts such as that I have a wife and that I have at some point beaten her. If these aren't true, then I can't answer the question posed. I can't say yes because I never beat my wife in the first place. I can't say no because I'm not presently beating her. Real-life example. The inimitable Stephen Colbert conducted a survey of people's appraisal of G.W. Bush's presidency, asking, "George W. Bush, great president or greatest president?" This question, of course, presupposes that the respondent thinks positively of Bush Jr.'s presidency in the first place. The mistake. Any question demands a response and will limit the sort of responses that are acceptable. So, a yes-no question, did you or did you not, requires that the responder say either yes or no. A complex question is one where both of these responses presuppose something which the respondent does not accept. So in the wife-beating example, both the yes and the no responses presuppose that the respondent has a wife and has at some time beaten her. However, both of these presuppositions may be false. The comeback. The trick here is to question the question. You have to show that the question is illegitimate because it tries to sneak in presuppositions that you reject. So if someone asks you, "Have you stopped beating your wife?" you can turn around and ask, "Why do you assume that I have ever beaten my wife?" Or even, "Why do you suppose that I even have a wife?" Significance. This is a venerable fallacy, known in antiquity as the fallacy of the horns. The classic example, as put forward by a certain Eubulides the Eristic, a contemporary of Plato's, was the question, "Have you lost your horns?" Answer no, and you imply that you currently have horns. Answer yes, and you imply that you once did have horns but have now lost them. Hence the phrase, impaled on the horns of a dilemma. Equivocation. Amphiboly. Informal. A term common to the premises and conclusion has two distinct meanings, such that the first meaning is required for the premises to be true, but the second meaning is needed for the conclusion to logically follow from the premises. When the conclusion of an argument seems to follow from the premises, but only by virtue of an ambiguity in the meaning of the words used in the premises and conclusion. Example: 3 and 2 is 5. 3 is odd, 2 is even. Hence, 5 is both odd and even. Real-life example. In The Lord of the Rings, Éowyn, doughty noble woman of Rohan, is faced with the dreaded Witch King, Lord of the Nazgul, who proclaims, "No man can kill me." Unfazed, Éowyn, proclaiming, "I am no man," proceeds to slay him. This exchange rides on the ambiguity of the term man as meaning member of the species Homo sapiens, on the one hand, or male member of the species Homo sapiens on the other. Nazgul's thought process can be formalized thus. P1. No man can kill me. P2. Éowyn is not a man. Therefore, Éowyn cannot kill me. His conclusion follows from his premises. However, if we disambiguate the term man as used in the premises, the argument would run thus. P1. No male can kill me. P2. Éowyn is a human. Therefore, Éowyn cannot kill me. But spelled out thus, the conclusion patently does not follow from the premises. Had he realized this, the Witch King might have avoided being slain. The mistake. A word is equivocal when it has two or more distinct and unrelated meanings. For instance, the term bank can mean the edge of a river or a place to deposit money. If I went to the bank to deposit a cheque, I wouldn't think to wear my galoshes lest I got my feet wet. Fallacies of this sort trade on this verbal ambiguity. The term means one thing in one of the premises, but something entirely different in the other premise or the conclusion. But if the term is ambiguous in this way, the conclusion can't logically follow from the premises. The term on which the argument turns refers to different things in each of its uses. The comeback. You should first point out the ambiguity of the term, and then show how the argument works just because of this ambiguity. The premises are only acceptable when the term is taken to mean one thing, but the conclusion follows only when the ambiguous term is taken at its other meaning. So in the mathematical example before, and has two meanings. In the premises, it denotes the mathematical operation of addition. In the conclusion, it denotes the logical operation of conjunction. Thus, disambiguated, the argument runs, P1, 2 added to 3 makes 5. P2, 2 is even, 3 is odd. Therefore, 5 is both odd and even. But that doesn't look like an argument at all, which is good, because it isn't. Significance. An equivocation is a kind of ambiguity where the ambiguity is semantic, that is, where it trades on the word itself having two meanings. Other kinds of ambiguity are syntactic, that is, they stem from the fact that the word's meaning depends on the context in which it is used. Verbal ambiguity is one of the great joys of natural language, and the wellspring of crossword puzzles, wordplay, and jokes. My dog's got no nose. How does he smell? Awful. But this sort of ambiguity is best left to the music hall, not the debating chamber. Equivocation. Amphiboly. Informal. A term common to the premises and conclusion has two distinct meanings, such that the first meaning is required for the premises to be true, but the second meaning is needed for the conclusion to logically follow from the premises. When the conclusion of an argument seems to follow from the premises, but only by virtue of an ambiguity in the meaning of the words used in the premises and conclusion. Example: 3 and 2 is 5. 3 is odd, 2 is even. Hence, 5 is both odd and even. Real-life example. In The Lord of the Rings, Éowyn, doughty noble woman of Rohan, is faced with the dreaded Witch King, Lord of the Nazgul, who proclaims, "No man can kill me." Unfazed, Éowyn, proclaiming, "I am no man," proceeds to slay him. This exchange rides on the ambiguity of the term man as meaning member of the species Homo sapiens, on the one hand, or male member of the species Homo sapiens on the other. Nazgul's thought process can be formalized thus. P1. No man can kill me. P2. Éowyn is not a man. Therefore, Éowyn cannot kill me. His conclusion follows from his premises. However, if we disambiguate the term man as used in the premises, the argument would run thus. P1. No male can kill me. P2. Éowyn is a human. Therefore, Éowyn cannot kill me. But spelled out thus, the conclusion patently does not follow from the premises. Had he realized this, the Witch King might have avoided being slain. The mistake. A word is equivocal when it has two or more distinct and unrelated meanings. For instance, the term bank can mean the edge of a river or a place to deposit money. If I went to the bank to deposit a cheque, I wouldn't think to wear my galoshes lest I got my feet wet. Fallacies of this sort trade on this verbal ambiguity. The term means one thing in one of the premises, but something entirely different in the other premise or the conclusion. But if the term is ambiguous in this way, the conclusion can't logically follow from the premises. The term on which the argument turns refers to different things in each of its uses. The comeback. You should first point out the ambiguity of the term, and then show how the argument works just because of this ambiguity. The premises are only acceptable when the term is taken to mean one thing, but the conclusion follows only when the ambiguous term is taken at its other meaning. So in the mathematical example before, and has two meanings. In the premises, it denotes the mathematical operation of addition. In the conclusion, it denotes the logical operation of conjunction. Thus, disambiguated, the argument runs, P1, 2 added to 3 makes 5. P2, 2 is even, 3 is odd. Therefore, 5 is both odd and even. But that doesn't look like an argument at all, which is good, because it isn't. Significance. An equivocation is a kind of ambiguity where the ambiguity is semantic, that is, where it trades on the word itself having two meanings. Other kinds of ambiguity are syntactic, that is, they stem from the fact that the word's meaning depends on the context in which it is used. Verbal ambiguity is one of the great joys of natural language, and the wellspring of crossword puzzles, wordplay, and jokes. My dog's got no nose. How does he smell? Awful. But this sort of ambiguity is best left to the music hall, not the debating chamber. Fake precision. Formal or informal. Argument P is supported by quantitative evidence E, where E lacks the quantitative precision needed to legitimately support P. Supporting an argument with numerical data that appears to be more precise than it actually is. Example: 70% of the statistics you read in books are just made up by the author. Real-life example. A speech by Robert Kennedy, then Attorney General, in 1961. 90% of the major racketeers would be out of business by the end of this year if the ordinary citizen, the businessman, the union official, and the public authority stood up to be counted and refused to be corrupted. We can't doubt the nobility of this statement. But 90%? Where did that figure come from? Had Kennedy conducted a poll of mob leaders? The mistake. Quantitative data is extremely useful in getting precise information about the case at hand. However, this quantitative data can only be so precise. Even in engineering, measurements only admit of accuracy up to a certain degree. Fake precision occurs when this caveat is ignored. The data is presented as demonstrating something without acknowledging that the data is only accurate within certain limits. In some cases, the data simply can't be expressed in a precise quantitative way. In particularly bad cases, as with the two examples before, statistics are used to give a claim an aura of rigor, even though these supposed statistics are just plucked out of thin air. Come back. You need to challenge the methodology behind the adduced statistics. In the cases before, the response would be simple. The assertions that 70% of quoted statistics are invented, or that 90% of crime bosses could go out of business within a year if the people stood up to them, have absolutely no grounding in actual research. Alternatively, you could point out that the matter can't be expressed quantitatively at all, or else that the measure your opponent uses just isn't that precise. Significance. This is a form of lying with stats. A lot of urban myths, appeal to authority or appeal to common belief, have this flavor. In New York, you're never more than 6 feet away from a rat. Men think about sex every 6 seconds. Such pronouncements sound impressive but are usually inaccurate. If men thought about sex that often, how on earth would they ever get anything done? This fallacy has a particularly pernicious effect on policy and business, in cases where managers try to impose metrics and targets on things that can't precisely be measured. For example, in academia, careers can stand or fall depending on the number of publications, or outputs, to use the jargon, a scholar has to his credit. A metric which will favour a scholar who has put out 10 mediocre papers to another who has put out a single brilliant one. Fallacy of composition. Informal. Whole W is comprised of parts P1, P2, Pn. Since each of the parts has a certain property, it is inferred that the whole has that property. Inferring that what is true of the parts of a whole is also true of the whole. Example: if I stand up during a football match, I can see better. Therefore, if everybody at the match stands up, everybody will see better. Real-life example. Homer Simpson is tasked with designing a car. He demands, "You know those coloured balls they have on car aerials so you can find your car in a parking lot? Every car should have one of those." He forgets, of course, that these balls only help you find your car when a few cars have them. They would be of no help if every car were to have one. The mistake. It is invalid to infer that the whole will have just those properties that its parts have. The parts will, when taken together, have properties that each individual part doesn't have. We can see this most simply when it comes to counting. Socrates and Hippias are each 1. However, it does not follow that Socrates and Hippias are, taken together, 1. Similarly, we can't infer that just because each straw in a bale of hay is light, the entire bale of hay will be light. The bale of hay will be very heavy. This fallacy is particularly tricky when it comes to modal statements, statements which deal with possibility. Suppose I say, "There's no excuse for being unemployed. There's always somebody who needs their windows cleaned." Even if it is true that any unemployed person could get a job cleaning windows, it doesn't follow that every unemployed person could do so. There's only so many windows that need cleaning. The comeback. You have to show that the properties of the whole can't simply be reduced to those of its parts. The examples before will help. We can't infer that just because each straw is light, a whole bale of hay will also be light. Add enough straw, and you end up breaking the camel's back. Similarly, you could point out that something being true of any member of a group doesn't imply that it's true of every member of the group. So, it's true that any person could have been the eldest sibling of their family. However, it's not true to suggest that every person could be the eldest sibling. Significance. This fallacy was again noted in antiquity. The Socrates-Hippias example is found, for example, in Plato's Hippias Major. The converse of this fallacy is the fallacy of division, where it is fallaciously inferred that the properties of the whole are also those of the parts. So, because the bale of hay is heavy, each blade of straw must be heavy. Both fallacies are kinds of category mistake. Fallacy of division. Informal. Whole W is comprised of parts P1, P2, and P3. Whole W has property P. Hence, each of the parts will also have property P. Assuming that what is true of the whole is also true of each of its parts. Example: this bale of hay is heavy. The bale of hay is comprised of straw. Hence, each stalk of straw must also be heavy. Real-life example. This fallacy is committed frequently in conversations about social justice. White males, as a demographic, are socially privileged. It is then inferred that each white male will have this privilege regardless of his personal circumstances. By this logic, the life of a white unemployed homeless war veteran should be deemed privileged compared to that of a minority female CEO. The mistake. This is the flip side of the fallacy of composition and shares the same flaw. What's true of the whole is not thereby true of each of its parts. A whole comprised of parts can have properties that none of these parts have. So, to use the Socrates-Hippias example, Socrates and Hippias are, as a pair, 2. However, it clearly doesn't follow that Socrates and Hippias are each 2. The comeback. You need to show that the whole's properties only belong to it precisely because it is a whole, and as such more than just the sum of its parts. The bale of hay example is simple enough. The bale of hay's weight is the combined weight of all the stalks of straw it comprises, but it doesn't have this weight because each of its parts has that weight. False analogy. Informal. A is P, B is P. A is Q, therefore B is Q. An analogy is established between two things, A and B. A and B both have the characteristic P. A has the characteristic Q. Hence it is inferred that B also has the characteristic Q. Example: an apple is a fruit and it is round. A pear is a fruit. Therefore a pear is round. Real-life example. Electronic cigarettes allow smokers to enjoy the sensation and pleasurable effects of smoking without any of its detrimental effects to health and well-being. However, some authorities have tried to impose the same restrictions on their sale and use as with normal tobacco products, prohibiting, for example, their consumption in public places. They justify these strictures on the grounds that e-cigarettes are like normal cigarettes, ignoring the fact that e-cigarettes lack the harmful properties that normal cigarettes have. The mistake. An argument from analogy tries to establish something about an unknown or contested case from something about a known or uncontested case. The rationale is that if you can establish that a certain thing holds of the uncontested case, you can infer that something similar holds of a similar but contested case. Of course, we cannot readily assume that anything about the uncontested case holds of the contested case. If so, the two cases would be identical. However, an extended analogy ignores this stricture, maintaining that anything holding of the uncontested case must also hold of the contested case. The comeback. Since your opponent's argument rests on the apparent similarity of the cases, you need to show that the cases are in fact dissimilar. So, with the smoking case, your opponent argues thus: P1. Cigarettes should be restricted. P2. E-cigarettes are similar to cigarettes. Therefore, e-cigarettes should be restricted. The fault here lies in step P2. E-cigarettes may be similar to normal cigarettes in that they deliver nicotine via inhalation and look sort of similar to normal cigarettes. However, they are also dissimilar in that they are not harmful, or at least there is no evidence yet for their being so. But cigarettes are restricted precisely because they are harmful. Hence, the similarity alluded to in premise P2 is not extensive and substantial enough to justify the conclusion. Significance. Analogies are extremely useful, not only in politics but in science and philosophy as well. By reflecting on an uncontentious case, we can more easily decide something about a similar contested case. The contentious point, however, is establishing how the two are similar. If A is P and Q, and B is P, it does not yet follow that B is Q. For that, we would have to establish that A is Q because it is P. If so, since B is P, it must also be Q. Some slippery slope arguments may be fruitfully analyzed in these terms. Because A is permissible, and A1 is similar to A, it follows that A1 is permissible. Since A2 is similar to A1 and A1 is permissible, A2 is permissible, and so on, all the way to the final, potentially awful consequences of this kind of lax logic. False dilemma. Informal. Proponent A offers a choice between P or Q on the condition that one and only one of the two must be chosen. In reality, however, accepting both P and Q or a third alternative R are also viable options. A choice is presented between two alternatives. The proponent presents this choice as exhaustive and exclusive. One of the options must be chosen. No third option is permitted or even entertained. However, in reality, these two options are neither exclusive nor exhaustive. Example: either you're married or you're a bachelor. You're not married, so you must be a bachelor. How about a drink? Real-life example. A recent newspaper headline declared that 90% of Icelanders were atheists. This finding was based on an online poll which asked the question, which do you believe created the universe, God or the Big Bang, where readers could choose only one option. The mistake. The dilemma occurs when two exclusive and exhaustive answers are presented as the only possible answers to a problem. The dilemma is false when the options are neither exclusive nor exhaustive. We may also conceivably take both options, or take an altogether different third option. So in the bachelor example, it doesn't follow that a man is a bachelor just because he's unmarried. He could be a widower, in a civil partnership, a monk, a child, and so on. The question presents its two options as exhaustive when there are in fact other options. The case of the newspaper poll is even more egregious. First, it is plausible, if unlikely, that someone may think that the universe was created by something else altogether. For instance, the respondent may be a Gnostic and believe that the world was created by a demon. Alternatively, he may not believe the universe had a beginning. However, the more obvious fault is that the poll presents the two options as being exclusive. Either you believe God created the world or the Big Bang. If you think God created the world, you don't believe the Big Bang did. But any intelligent Christian would conceivably believe in both. He would reconcile science with his faith by believing that God created the world via the Big Bang. The comeback. Show that the dilemma is artificial, that you can choose a third option, or you can take both options together. So, in the first case, you could respond, I'm not married, but I'm not a bachelor either. I'm a monk, thereby denying that the presented choices are exhaustive. In the second case, you could say, I believe the Big Bang created the world, but that it was caused by God, thus denying that the presented choices are exclusive. Your opponent's linguistic usage may complicate things. Thus, in the bachelor case, your opponent's argument may seem plausible. If bachelor just means unmarried man, and a man must be either married or unmarried, you may think that a man must be either married or a bachelor. But not all unmarried men can really be described as bachelors. A child is unmarried, but it's hardly apposite to say he's a bachelor. Significance. The false dilemma fallacy frequently gives rise in turn to the complex question fallacy. So the question, have you stopped beating your wife, allows two responses, yes, I used to beat my wife but now I've stopped, or no, I still beat her. It ignores the possibility that I'm unmarried or that, albeit married, I've never laid a finger on my wife. To avoid this dilemma, it's important to grasp the distinction between contradictory and contrary properties. Two properties are contrary when something cannot have both properties. They are contradictory when anything must have either one or the other. So black and not black are contradictory properties. If something isn't not black, it's black. Black and red, however, are contrary properties. Nothing can be both black and red. But it doesn't follow that if something's not black, it's red, or indeed any other particular color. The false dilemma occurs when contrary properties are presented as contradictories. Hasty generalization. Informal. Each instance of a small sample of thing A has the property X. Hence, all instances of A have property X. A general rule about something is inferred from a few instances of that thing. Example: I drink a bottle of whiskey a day, but so what? My grandpa drank that much and he lived to be 97 and danced a jig every day. Real-life example. Bertrand Russell gives the example of an intelligent chicken who is fed every day by a farmer. The chicken thinks, "Every time the farmer visits, I get food." Unfortunately, one day the chicken doesn't get fed, but instead gets his head on the chopping block. The chicken made a generalization about the farmer's behavior. Sadly, this generalization was too hasty. The mistake. A hasty generalization is an example of inductive reasoning. You observe a few cases that have a property in common and infer that every similar case will share that same property. The more cases at your disposal, the more secure the inference. A hasty generalization is an inductive inference based on too few instances. The sample size is too small to support a general conclusion. The presence of the property in question in the small sample may simply be a statistical anomaly, or the presence of the common trait may be explained by another variable. The comeback. You could argue that the sample size your opponent has taken is too small to warrant his general conclusion. However, you would be on more secure ground if you could marshal some statistical evidence to show that your opponent's conclusion doesn't hold as a general rule. So, with the whiskey case, statistics show that, generally speaking, heavy drinkers die much earlier than the average person. Your opponent's grandpa may just have been one of the lucky alcoholics who survived to old age. Your ground would be even more secure if you could show that your opponent's inference didn't take certain variables into account. True, his grandpa lived to a ripe old age despite his drinking, but he had a certain gene X, which makes the liver resilient, but is present in only 1% of the population. Significance. Generalizations do have their place. If I'm in the savannah and see two of my friends being gobbled up by lions, I should probably conclude that lions are to be avoided. But not always. If I'm in New York and one of its denizens is rude to me, I shouldn't conclude that all Americans are rude. Generalizations should utilize a large sample set, ideally with controlled variables. Although, as the lion example shows, this can only be a general rule. Just because. Mother knows best. Informal. Proponent A justifies proposition command P solely on the grounds that it is his assertion. Proponent A justifies command or assertion P by simply positioning himself as an unquestionable authority on P. Example: "Don't eat that jam." Why? Because I said so. Real-life example. The Declaration of Independence reads thus: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Stirring words. But what is the argument by which they establish this substantive conclusion? The text itself refuses to provide any, establishing it by fiat. Admittedly, however, going into a disquisition about Locke and Montesquieu would rather spoil the effect of the sentence. The mistake. Arguments or commands require justification. The person uttering either must provide a reason why we should do or accept what he says. But this move doesn't just fail to provide a justification, it repudiates this very requirement. The proponent refuses to justify his assertion at all, claiming he has a right to make assertions by fiat. Needless to say, this appeal hardly commends itself to his opponent's reasoning. The comeback. The response is simple enough. You should politely but firmly demand a better justification than your opponent's say-so. Don't let your opponent bully you into silence. Significance. This is a form of appeal to authority. However, it makes no appeal to the authority's expertise. The proposition isn't justified because the alleged expertise of an authority makes it more likely that it's true. Instead, it is considered justified simply because someone commands assent to it. Although the just because fallacy has no place in meaningful debate, it must be taken seriously in everyday life. This is especially so with, for example, someone's sovereignty over their body or property. So if I say, "Don't touch me," this appeal does not in fact need any more justification than because I said so. My authority in this instance doesn't rest on expertise. I'm simply asserting my rights over my own person. Other forms of authority can have this absolute character. A soldier, for example, is expected to obey his superiors unquestioningly. Again, in such contexts, authority can command assent without being associated with expertise. Other decisions can also legitimately rest on a just because. In Britain, people drive on the left. But why should the law command one to drive on the left rather than the right side of the road? Both are equally good directions. Answer: just because. You need to pick one side to drive on. Both sides are equally good. The authority's decision is no less binding because it is arbitrary. This is also a question of profound theological import. God commands the good, but does he command it because it is good, or is it good because he commands it? St. Thomas Aquinas takes the former view. However, the voluntarists, Occam, Duns Scotus and their followers, take the latter. On their view, morality rests on a just because. What is good is ultimately arbitrary, the result of God's contingent will. Ludic fallacy. Informal. A model M is used to make predictions about a certain domain D. However, M is defined with strict parameters that are not always present in D. Taking a model of reality to represent reality, forgetting that the model is predicated on parameters with which reality quite freely dispenses. Example: Nassim Taleb's Black Swan gives this example. Two men, Bob and Bill, are walking through a dodgy area of town. Bob is nervous. Bill says, "Don't worry, I have a black belt in karate." Sure enough, a mugger approaches them, and Bill tries to fell him with a karate chop as he has done many times in the dojo. The mugger just shoots him dead. In the strictly regulated martial competitions of the dojo, Bill's karate skills are formidable. On the street, not so much. Real-life example. Casinos make their money by precisely controlling the net profits from their games. If you gamble, sometimes you win, other times you lose. The house, however, always wins at the end of the day. This isn't because the casino is lucky, but because they have carefully controlled the various outcomes of their games. Slot machines will pay out every so often. The roulette wheel usually pays out to the house. The blackjack dealer has an intrinsic advantage. They try to minimize the impact of patrons who play these odds. If you're caught counting cards, you'll be banned. If you're caught cheating, you might get your hands broken. In 2003, the Mirage Casino sustained a $100 million loss. Why so? Had a canny gambler played the odds and won? No. It was because Roy Horn of the Siegfried and Roy duo had been mauled by his white Bengal tiger during their show. Although the duo had performed with the tiger for several years, the animal apparently went mad and attacked him. The casino made a predictable profit from their games, but sustained a loss because of a random event. The mistake. Models are a useful tool when making predictions. By simplifying the picture of reality, they make things easier to predict and explain. For instance, a physicist's model of Newtonian mechanics will assume a frictionless vacuum. Even in a context where friction and air exist, it's just easier to model reality dispensing with these variables. Similarly, a casino can precisely model the profits it will make from its gamblers and use these models to project its earnings. However, reality will always comprise more variables than a model could possibly capture. So the casino's models didn't factor in the possibility that Roy's tiger might maul him. This isn't just a matter of building a different, better model. No model could accurately predict each and every random incident like that. The story of Bob and Bill has a similar moral. Bill is an effective combatant within the strictly controlled parameters of the dojo. When faced with an opponent who dispenses with these parameters, he's in trouble. The comeback. If you suspect that this fallacy may be in play, chances are that you are debating something at a high level of sophistication. Your opponent is using a model to predict and explain certain facts about reality. Your job is to remind him that reality isn't always as neat as his model. It will always comprise variables which his model ignores. Your opponent may, for instance, appeal to an economic model, which assumes that people are rational economic agents, always pursuing the course of action that they think will maximize their profit. Hint: they aren't. Significance. The name ludic fallacy comes from the word ludus, Latin for game. Games are defined by their clear, unambiguous rules. Certain moves are allowed, others are prohibited. There is a clear mechanism to determine the winner, and so on. Even in a game of chance, the odds are visible and well defined. In a game of craps, I've got a 1 in 36 chance of rolling snake eyes. But real life isn't a game. There aren't any rules that prohibit certain outcomes from coming to pass. You cannot, therefore, even hope for the precise controlled randomness of a game of chance. You might beat your opponent in a hand of cards, but still lose your stake if he punches you in the face and runs off with the money. Lying with stats. Formal or informal. Proponent A attempts to support argument P with statistical data S, where S does not support P. Supporting your argument by using statistical data in a misleading manner. Example: 100% of male violence is committed by males. Therefore, 100% of males are violent. Real-life example. The Spectator, a long-running British periodical, recently ran an article celebrating the government's educational policy, claiming that standards in state schools were on the rise. It used as evidence for this the claim that the 80 best state schools were better than the 80 best private schools. They forgot to mention, however, that Britain has many more state schools than private schools. 500 private schools as against 3,200 state schools. The relevant metric should have measured a similar proportion of each kind of school together, so the top 50 private schools against the top 320 state schools. Because they ignored this dimension, the top 80 state schools may compare favourably against their private counterparts just because they are a statistical outlier. The mistake. There is no one single mistake that people make when lying with stats. Sometimes the error is just a simple arithmetical error. They can't do the math. At other times, as with the school example, the relevant metrics are misleading. For instance, comparing quantities that are numerically equal when they should be comparing quantities of similar proportion. Other times, they use a biased sample or they use statistics to disguise completely bogus arguments, as with the male violence example. Lying with stats can be coupled with lots of other logical fallacies. Thus, the male violence example uses statistics to deftly conceal its affirmation of the consequent. The comeback. Since there's no single fallacy here, there's no single comeback. You need to have a firm grasp of statistics, not only to be able to detect your opponent's error, but also to avoid being taken in by his apparent rigor. Your opponent isn't trying to back up his arguments with florid words and empty rhetoric. He is presenting as rigorous. He has numbers on his side. However, it turns out that numbers can be manipulated as easily as words. Significance. This fallacy encompasses a number of others, such as the biased sample or the base rate fallacy. It can be combined with any number of others. Indeed, it helps conceal them, giving bogus arguments an air of precision and scaring away an unwanted inquiry. If you have some time to spare, you may want to pick a few fallacies from this book and try to make them sound more plausible by inserting some junk stat. Magical thinking. Informal. Two events, E and F, are thought to be causally connected in a supernatural way. Thinking that two events are causally related not because of any reason or evidence, but because of a presumed supernatural connection. Example. Any superstitious practice falls under the rubric of this fallacy. I trod on the pavement cracks. Later, my mother sustains a spinal injury. Clearly, stepping on the crack brought bad luck. Real-life example. If you've ever found a four-leaf clover and thought that it would bring you good luck, you've fallen for this logical fallacy. The story about the physicist Niels Bohr provides an amusing twist on the fallacy. He is said to have had a horseshoe above his door, something traditionally thought to bring good luck. A guest asked him, "Surely you don't believe in this superstitious nonsense, Professor Bohr?" "Of course not," Bohr responded. "But I'm told it brings good luck whether you believe in it or not." The mistake. The world isn't run by magic. Four-leaf clovers don't bring you good luck, treading on cracks won't injure your parents, sacrificing a bull won't land you that job. Sorry, that's just not how the world works. The comeback. You don't have to work particularly hard to respond to this. All you need to do is point out that there isn't any causal connection between the events your opponent is attempting to link. There isn't any scientific evidence that four-leaf clovers will ward off bad luck or any statistically significant correlation between stepping on the cracks in the pavement and parental spinal injuries. Significance. So why is this kind of thinking so popular? We might think of it as a sort of post hoc ergo propter hoc. E happens after F, so F must have caused E. So, as the old rhyme goes, I step on a crack, then my mother breaks her back. Naturally, I may infer my stepping on a crack caused my mother to break her back. But we can't establish that F caused E just because E chronologically followed F. Another explanation may be sought in the phenomenon of confirmation bias. People selectively look for evidence that supports their pre-existing views. A man finds a four-leaf clover. Soon after, he gets the job, but loses his wallet. He attributes the success, but not the loss, to the clover. Moralistic fallacy. Informal. P ought to be the case, therefore P. Thinking that something is the case just because it ought to be the case. Example: all people should be equal. Therefore one person cannot have any innately superior talents compared to others. Real-life example. The advent of Darwinism was an intellectual earthquake, not only in the field of biology but in morality and theology as well. How can we assert that man is unique if he is no more than a glorified ape? This moralistic reaction to Darwin's theory is memorably expressed in Benjamin Disraeli's speech in Oxford. What is the question now placed before society with the glib assurance that to me is most astonishing? That question is this: is man an ape or an angel? I, my lord, I am on the side of the angels. In other words, we should reject Darwinism not because of empirical evidence, but because it doesn't fit with our moral sensibilities. Another example can be found in the history of early Pythagoreanism, 6th to the 5th centuries BC. The Pythagoreans believed that the world was governed by principles of number, indeed that it was made of numbers, whatever that means. They were extremely perturbed, therefore, when Hippasus, a member of their school, discovered that the square root of 2 was irrational, namely that it could not be expressed as a ratio between two natural numbers. Their cosmology thus besmirched, they condemned the unfortunate mathematician to death. The mistake. The world has no obligation to conform to our moral sensibilities, however high-minded they may be. Just because something ought to be the case, it doesn't mean that it is the case, or even that it can be the case. Nature doesn't obey our moral sensibilities, absent our intervention. Even then, it puts a hard limit as to what can be imposed on it. To think otherwise is a misplaced idealism, as absurd as the Pythagorean condemnation of Hippasus. The comeback. The only secure comeback here is to marshal the empirical data against your opponent. But be warned, there is little in the field of sociobiology and evolutionary psychology that is not contentious, precisely because its critics fear its socio-political implications. In this context, you should be especially careful about making an appeal to authority. It may be better, then, to assure your opponent that even if nature has these limitations, this doesn't mean that we can't improve our lot. Assume, for the sake of argument, that a study tells us that men are, on average, better mathematicians than women. This clearly doesn't imply that any individual woman will be mathematically inept. Drawing such a conclusion would amount to committing the fallacy of division, and is quite easily refuted by considering the illustrious contributions of female mathematicians. Still less does it mean that we should, for instance, restrict the study of mathematics to men. Significance. This is the inverse of the appeal to nature, or, as it is sometimes erroneously dubbed, the naturalistic fallacy. In the appeal to nature, the proponent tries to derive an ought from an is. What holds in nature is what ought to hold. The moralistic fallacy is the converse of this, trying to derive an is from an ought. The proponent assumes what is the case from what ought to be the case. Both fallacies need to pay better attention to the distinction between fact and value. It has been noted that both left-wing and right-wing thinkers tend to fall prey to these fallacies. The right typically commits the naturalistic fallacy. So, from a study indicating that men tend to be better mathematicians, they are likely to conclude that women ought to stay at home and leave all the fancy math stuff to the men. The left, on the other hand, will typically commit the moralistic fallacy. throwing in an appeal to anger for good measure. This study is sexist, so it must be flawed. Both sides would benefit from thinking about the fallacious nature of their reasoning. Moving the goalposts. Shifting sands. Informal. Proponent A puts forward argument P. Opponent B insists that evidence E is necessary for P to be accepted. Proponent A produces evidence E. Opponent B now demands a new, more stringent standard of evidence E1 for P to be accepted. Or, Proponent A accepts E as the standard of proof for P, but relaxes the criterion of proof to evidence E2 after realizing that the standard E1 cannot be met. To raise or lower the standard of proof required for accepting an argument after the argument has been shown to meet or fail to meet a previously agreed-upon standard of proof. More generally, to change the terms of the debate or argument after the debate or argument has begun. Example: if we are to believe the movies, extortion relies on this sort of argument. You've paid $1 million for your wife as we agreed, but if you want to see her again, you better pay $1 million more. Real-life example. Lawrence Krauss recently wrote a book stating that science had refuted the first cause argument for God's existence. Contrary to the theologian's belief that nothing comes from nothing, the famed cosmologist stated that science had shown that something, that is, the universe, could indeed come from nothing. Critics pointed out that the nothing from which the universe arose wasn't exactly nothing. It was a quantum vacuum, which, although containing no particles, is not nothing. To this Krauss responded, "I don't really give a damn about what nothing means to philosophers. I care about the nothing of reality, and if the nothing of reality is full of stuff, then I'll go with that." Here it is the proponent of the argument who misses and then proceeds to move the goalposts. The mistake. This isn't necessarily a fallacy, but it is cheating. In any game, you need clearly defined standards to measure who wins and who loses. All parties should agree to these standards in advance. When an opponent moves the goalposts, he's cheating in just this manner. You've both agreed that you need to meet a certain pre-established standard of evidence. However, when you meet this standard, he changes the standard. The comeback. The only effective comeback here is to complain that your opponent is cheating. You've both agreed on a standard of proof. By subsequently demanding a different standard of proof, whether more or less stringent, your opponent has violated this agreement. Feel free to call your opponent a jerk, an SOB, or a villain, depending on your mood. Significance. This isn't really a fallacy as much as a gambit. It is to be eschewed not because it is invalid, but because it is unsportsmanlike. It gets its name from soccer, referring to the practice of widening or narrowing the goalposts to your team's advantage or your opponent's team disadvantage. This move can encompass a number of bona fide fallacies, such as the no true Scotsman fallacy. Here, the proponent making a claim shifts the criteria of evidence for this claim by defining the term in question in such a manner that it cannot fail to satisfy his claim. For instance, the proponent claims that no Scotsman takes sugar on his porridge. His opponent replies, "But my Uncle Hamish is Scottish and takes sugar on his porridge." The proponent retorts, but no true Scotsman takes sugar on his porridge." By making his definitions more and more stringent, this kind of opponent tries to render his argument immune from criticism. Multiple comparisons fallacy. Informal, statistical. Tests T1, T2, Tn are conducted to test hypothesis H. One test, Tm, shows some evidence that H is correct. Therefore, the results of the test are taken to confirm H. Drawing significant statistical inferences from any positive or negative results gleaned from tests conducted on a multiplicity of groups or criteria. Example: Fat Tony, a hustler, has bought 100 coins from Jimmy the Fence and wants to know if any of them are crooked. In order to check them, he flips each of them 20 times. Most are fine, but one coin flips heads 19 times out of 20. He concludes that Jimmy the Fence has sold him a crooked coin. Real-life example. The rise of cell phones in the 90s was accompanied by fears that cell phone towers represented a health hazard. Swedish researchers investigated whether living near cell phone towers represented a health hazard, and found that people living near them had an increased incidence of brain tumours. Cue the headlines: Cell phone towers cause brain tumours. The mistake. Samples can help us make wider inferences, but only within a certain margin of error. On average, a sample of population should, if selected well, represent the whole. However, this doesn't mean that any particular sample will do so. It's entirely possible that the selected sample is a fluke. Given a large enough sample base, this isn't likely but remains a possibility. Hence, given a hypothesis, there is a certain probability that a sample will confirm that hypothesis, not because the hypothesis is true, but because the sample is abnormal. The mistake lies in using this freak sample to say something significant about the population as a whole. For example, to confirm or deny a hypothesis. So, flip enough coins, and it's likely that one will give a run of heads. Fat Tony shouldn't whack Jimmy the Fence just yet. Similarly, it's quite possible that a population living near a power line may suffer a greater-than-average rate of some disease just by statistical fluke. Look for enough diseases, and you can confirm anything is unhealthy. The comeback. This fallacy is related to the base rate fallacy and invites a similar response. You should remind your opponent that statistical sampling and hypothesis testing delivers accurate results only within certain parameters. Given a large enough sample set, you will have samples that fall outside of the norm. Thus, given any hypothesis, there is a base rate at which a sample will confirm the hypothesis because of natural luck. You need to remind your opponent of these basic statistical facts and encourage him to do more sampling. Significance. Related to this fallacy is the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, describing a situation where a Texan unloads a gun onto a side of a barn, paints a bullseye over each of the bullet holes, and declares himself a sharpshooter. Given a large enough sample size, in other words, you can find all sorts of weird patterns. The fallacy arises when it is forgotten that these weird patterns are to be expected from this kind of sample size. Naturalistic fallacy. Informal. Identifying a natural property P with the good. Colloquially expressed, P is natural, therefore P ought to be done. Strictly speaking, this fallacy has to do with identifying a non-natural property, such as goodness, with a natural property, such as pleasure. More colloquially, deriving the fact that something ought to be the case from the fact that it is the case. More colloquially still, using standards derived from nature to determine what ought to be the case in human societies. Example: women are naturally suited to be homemakers. Therefore, all women ought to be homemakers. Real-life example: many political opinions, both reactionary and revolutionary, depend on this fallacy. You may be familiar with it in, for instance, a homophobe's declaration that homosexuality is wrong because it is unnatural, or the fascist belief that in society, as in nature, the strong should rule and crush the weak. But it's also found in revolutionary rhetoric, as with Rousseau's adage, "Man is born free, but is everywhere in chains." The mistake. This argument endows nature with an unwarranted normative significance. This significance is unwarranted because, first, nature isn't always benign. Get stung by a wasp and tell me otherwise. Secondly, it's unclear that we can really distinguish what's natural from what's unnatural in this way, especially when it comes to man. After all, man is naturally able to talk, to invent things, to be social. So, how can any of his activities be unnatural? The comeback. Several responses are possible, as with the appeal to nature. First, you might argue that the behavior your opponent advocates is, in fact, entirely natural. So it's hard to argue that homosexuality is unnatural if animals also engage in it. Secondly, you could point out that what's natural isn't ipso facto good. So, even if women are, by nature, better equipped to be homemakers, whatever that means, it doesn't follow that they ought to be restricted to the home or denied careers. After all, we humans are pretty good at overcoming our natural limitations. It is worth noting Joseph de Maistre's response to Rousseau. It would be equally correct to say that sheep are born carnivorous and everywhere eat grass. Significance. This fallacy's name was coined in G. E. Moore's Principia Ethica, where he takes issue with statements that identify goodness with a natural property such as pleasure. Moore thought these statements were problematic. Although one can say that pleasure is a good thing, one cannot identify the property good with something like pleasure, since they are metaphysically different sorts of properties. This is the naturalistic fallacy in its proper sense. The only debates, however, in which the fallacy has this meaning are arcane philosophical discussions. You will seldom, if ever, encounter this definition in the context of a political debate. In ordinary parlance, the term is usually a synonym for the appeal to nature, and is the converse of the moralistic fallacy. Nirvana fallacy. Informal. Proponent A puts forward a proposal P to solve a certain problem. Opponent B points out that P would not completely solve the initial problem or would fail to solve other related problems. Opponent B therefore rejects proposal P outright, criticizing a proponent's solution to a problem on the grounds that it does not solve the problem completely. In other words, on the grounds that it falls short of an ideal solution to the problem. Example: you say that banning drunk driving will save lives on the road, but people still die in car crashes whether driving under the influence or not. Real-life example: advocates of abstinence-only sex education are opposed to teaching teenagers about contraception on the grounds that condoms and other birth control methods can, and do, fail. Since contraceptives don't always work, they contend, they cannot provide the solution to teen pregnancy. They ignore the fact that condoms and other contraceptives still have a very high success rate and are therefore an effective tool in fighting teen pregnancy and STDs. The mistake. You can make things better without making them perfect. Indeed, if you aim at perfection, you will frequently fail to do anything good at all, as all perfectionists know. Your opponent criticizes you for not making a situation perfect. However, your aim was not to make things perfect, but only to improve things as much as possible. The comeback. You need only point out that your aim was never to make things perfect, only to improve things a bit, unless you did promise perfection, in which case you asked for it. Your proposal won't bring about the second coming, but it may still ameliorate things a little bit. And isn't that better than nothing? You could also ask your opponent if he has an alternative solution to the problem. If he doesn't, then your solution may have limited effectiveness, but is still the best solution on the market. Significance. There are certain circumstances under which this sort of argument can be legitimate. Where the proposal fails a cost-benefit ratio, for instance, or where it isn't as effective as a competing proposal. So if the proposal only has limited effectiveness, it may not justify the cost of its implementation. Alternatively, if the opponent's proposal not only solves the problems that yours does, but also solves some problems that yours doesn't, then his solution should be preferred. This fallacy is in some ways the flip side to the appeal to desperation. In that instance, a course of action was recommended because it minimally satisfied a certain demand, without considering the cost-benefit ratio, the feasibility of other plans, etc. Whereas that fallacy placed the bar for accepting a course of action too low, here the bar is set too high. Unless the proposal can bring about heaven on earth, it should be rejected. Needless to say, both positions are immoderate. Non sequitur. Informal. An argument that states that P, therefore Q, when P does not in fact imply Q. When one statement is presented as following from another while it logically does not. Example. If it's sunny, I garden. It's sunny, so the diagonal of the square is incommensurate with its sides. Real-life example. An unconfirmed but still illuminating anecdote relates that Euler and Diderot, the former Europe's greatest mathematician, the latter the scourge of its political religious establishment, were once engaged in a public debate about the existence of God. Euler supposedly opened with the gambit, "Sir, a plus b to the power n over n equals x. Hence God exists. Answer, please." "Hence God exists. Answer, please." To this, Diderot supposedly had no answer. The mistake. The term non sequitur encompasses pretty much every other fallacy there is. The argument asserts that a conclusion follows from the premise, whereas it doesn't. Each species of fallacy simply determines in what precise manner the presented conclusion is unwarranted. So, affirming the consequent is technically a non sequitur, because the form of the argument indicates that the conclusion cannot follow from the premises. An appeal to anger is a non sequitur because nothing follows from the fact that I'm angry about something, and so on and so forth. If the non sequitur is a fallacy in its own right, it will simply be one where the conclusion does not follow from the premise, and where this cannot be subsumed under another subtype of fallacy. The apocryphal Diderot-Euler exchange is an example of this. The theorem a plus b to the power n over n equals x implies nothing about God's existence or non-existence. Euler didn't commit any specific kind of fallacy. The premise of his argument was simply irrelevant to its conclusion. The comeback. You need to point out that the conclusion and the premises have nothing to do with each other. Typically, you will need to do so by recognizing what kind of fallacy you're dealing with and responding appropriately. However, if the non sequitur can't be reduced to another fallacy, as with the Euler-Diderot example before, then you should ask your opponent to spell out his reasoning a bit more. Exactly how does this theorem show that God exists? The Euler-Diderot case does highlight a particularly pernicious use of this fallacy. Cases in which your opponent's argument tries to blind you with science, or, more accurately, by applying pseudo-scientific concepts where they don't belong. So your opponent may try to justify some spiritual mumbo-jumbo by appealing to quantum physics. See, for example, this quote from Deepak Chopra. "Quantum healing is healing the body-mind from a quantum level. That means from a level which is not manifest at a sensory level. Our bodies ultimately are fields of information, intelligence, and energy. Quantum healing involves a shift in the fields of energy information so as to bring about a correction in an idea that has gone wrong. So quantum healing involves healing one mode of consciousness, mind, to bring about changes in another mode of consciousness, body." In such a case, you should ask, politely but firmly, how these concepts actually support your opponent's crazy inferences. Even better, you might ask how many quantum physicists also believe in quantum healing. Significance. This fallacy embraces nearly every other fallacy there is. It derives from the Latin "does not follow." The conclusion simply does not follow from the premises. Interestingly, not every non sequitur is logically invalid. Logical validity is defined simply in terms of the truth of the premises and the conclusion. The premises cannot be true while the conclusion is false. So an argument with false premises may still be a logically valid argument. An argument with the logically necessary premises and conclusion will still be logically valid, even if the premises and conclusion have nothing to do with each other. Proving non-existence. Informal. Proponent A argues that P exists because there is no evidence that it doesn't exist. Asserting that something exists on the grounds that its non-existence cannot be proven. Example: "I believe that ghosts exist. After all, I've never seen any conclusive evidence that they don't exist." Real-life example. Bertrand Russell once confronted the argument that belief in God was rational, since there was no evidence that he didn't exist. Lord Russell responded that, on this line of reasoning, one should also believe that there is a small teapot orbiting Jupiter. Since there's no evidence there isn't such a teapot, we should believe that it exists. The mistake. This argument falsely shifts the burden of proof to the person denying the existence of an entity. However, the burden of proof should always fall on the person making the assertion, not the refutation. To have a guarantee that something exists, I need positive evidence that it exists. This evidence can be quite low grade. I believe there's an elephant in the room because I see a huge grey pachyderm trampling over my furniture. Or extremely sophisticated. I believe gravitational waves exist because extremely complex scientific experiments confirm their existence. But some sort of evidence, empirical or not, there must be. It's the job of the believer to convince the skeptic, not the other way round. The comeback. Russell's teapot example provides an extremely effective reductio ad absurdum. If your opponent offers no evidence supporting the belief that his favoured entity exists, and instead challenges you to show that it doesn't exist, then you can challenge him back. I believe there is a teapot orbiting Jupiter. I see no evidence that it doesn't exist, so you should believe it too. If your opponent has any sense, he should see the point immediately. If he ends up believing in the existence of such a teapot, I can't help you any further. Significance. This move is generally fallacious because it falsely shifts the burden of proof. Your opponent believes falsely that it is the job of the skeptic to give reasons for why something doesn't exist, rather than incumbent upon the believer to give reasons why it does exist. Of course, if he can do so, he has legitimately shifted the burden of proof. We should believe that P exists as he asserts unless we can prove otherwise. This fallacy is linked to the argument from ignorance when it is asserted that something exists or is true just because there is no evidence that it doesn't exist. Red herring. Ignoratio elenchi, the Chewbacca defense. Informal. Proponent A and opponent B are arguing about a topic P. B raises topic Q on the grounds that it is relevant to P. However, Q is actually irrelevant to P. Attempting to derail an argument by bringing in considerations that are irrelevant or out of context. Example. My opponent criticizes China's oppression of Tibet. But what about the US occupation of Iraq? Isn't he concerned with that? Real-life example. A South Park episode, Chef Aid, sees the eponymous chef being sued by a major record company. The defense bases its case on inaccurate Star Wars trivia, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen of this supposed jury, I have one final thing I want you to consider. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Chewbacca. Chewbacca is a Wookiee from the planet Kashyyyk, but Chewbacca lives on the planet Endor. Now, think about it. That does not make sense. If Chewbacca lives on Endor, you must acquit. The defense rests." What do these ruminations about Chewbacca have to do with Chef's harassment lawsuit? Nothing. That's the whole point. The lawyer is deploying a red herring to disguise the fact that he doesn't have an argument. He still wins. The mistake. Your opponent has brought in evidence that is simply irrelevant to the case at hand. It's as simple as that. What he said is just beside the point. The comeback. In an ideal world, you should be able to simply point out the irrelevance and move on. However, this tactic can be used in an underhanded way to completely derail the debate. So your opponent might throw in a whole bunch of irrelevant considerations, leaving you with a dilemma. Respond to his arguments and you've wasted your time. Fail to respond and your opponent looks like he scored a hit. Significance. A related fallacy is known as the ignoratio elenchi, Latin for ignorance of how something is refuted, a situation where a, perhaps valid, argument is presented that is, however, beside the point. Aristotle characterized it succinctly. To refute an assertion, you must show that its contradictory is true. An ignoratio elenchi occurs when anything else but that has been demonstrated. It is popularly supposed that the fallacy gets its name from the practice of using red herrings, kippers, to throw hounds off the scent of their quarry. However, this alleged etymology is misleading, a red herring, if you will. Although red herrings were used in hunting, their purpose was not to distract the hounds, but rather to train the horses to follow the scent. Reductio ad absurdum. Informal. Proponent A puts forward proposition P. Proponent B attacks a simplified or absurd version of proposition P. Attempting to refute your opponent's argument by drawing allegedly absurd consequences from his argument, which, however, only follow from a caricatured misrepresentation of his position. Example: you want the drinking age to be lowered from 21. Why don't we also let toddlers tend bar? Real-life example. Arthur Conan Doyle, of Sherlock Holmes fame, wrote a lesser-known story called Behind the Times, concerning one reactionary Dr. Winter, who regarded Darwinism as the crowning joke of the century, the children in the nursery and the ancestors in the stable, he would cry, and laugh the tears out of his eyes. In other words, if Darwinism were true, then why not say that our ancestors were horses? Other anti-evolutionist theorists resort to the same technique with no more justification. The mistake. This argument could come in a variety of forms, all of which involve attacking a straw man, an inaccurate caricature of a position. First, your opponent may try to present your position as far stronger than it is, and attack this stronger argument as absurd. Such is the case with the drinking age example. Secondly, your opponent may try to draw absurd consequences from this straw man he concocted, as in the Dr. Winter example, who thinks that Darwinism implies that our ancestors were horses. The comeback. You need to clarify your position, making clear that your argument isn't nearly as strong as your opponent suggests, or that he is missing some crucial subtleties in your position. So, with the drinking example, you can simply respond, "No, I'm not arguing that kids should tend bar. All I'm arguing for is that kids old enough to serve in the military, pay taxes or go to college should be allowed to drink in a bar." With the evolution example, you could say, "No, I'm not saying that horses were our ancestors, but go back far enough, and you will find a common ancestor that both we and they descended from." Significance. The reductio ad absurdum, Latin for reduction to the absurd, is a completely legitimate device in mathematics and philosophy, where it proves one thing by showing that its negation leads to absurdities. Thus we know there is no rational square root of 2, that is, no two integers a and b such that ab is the square root of 2. We know this because, if there were, either a or b would have to be both odd and even. This discovery, as we saw while discussing the moralistic fallacy, was the undoing of poor Hippasus. The reduction to the absurd only gives rise to a fallacy when the absurdity it exposes is predicated on misrepresentations of your opponent's position. This argument can involve the appeal to ridicule, as with the bartending example. It also encompasses the slippery slope. Reductio ad Hitlerum. Informal. Proponent A puts forward position P. Opponent B retorts that Hitler believed in P, therefore we should not believe in P. Dismissing your opponent's position on the grounds that Hitler or some other evil figure believed in it, or that the policy he advocates was also advocated by the Third Reich. Example: "You're a vegetarian? Don't you know Hitler was a vegetarian?" Real-life example. There are so many examples of this that one is rather spoiled for choice. Liberalism, socialism, gun control, environmentalism, the traditional family, anti-smoking laws, exercise regimes, all have been linked to the Third Reich. However, we could make a special mention of Theodore W. Adorno's classic analysis of horoscope columns, the stars down to earth. Adorno castigated a horoscope's advice to accept all invitations with the rebuttal: the consummation of this trend is the obligatory participation in official leisure time activities in totalitarian countries. The mistake. This is an instance of an ad hominem guilt by association, and is as risible as any other example of that fallacy. An argument isn't necessarily wrong just because evil people happen to believe in it. This rule holds even if the evil person in question is Hitler himself. After all, we don't doubt that Berlin is in Germany just because Hitler also believed this, and we shouldn't refrain from building highways just because Hitler also did so. The comeback. This fallacy admits of a quick and easy comeback. Simply point out that your opponent's argument is irrelevant. Facts are not rendered false just because someone evil also believes in them. An argument isn't rendered invalid just because Hitler believed in it. You could then point out that Hitler believed that the Earth goes round the sun. Does your opponent want to reject that proposition on the grounds that Hitler believed in it? Significance. The name of the fallacy was coined by the political philosopher Leo Strauss in an article published in 1951 in Measure, a Critical Journal. This fallacy is so common in online debates that it has earned the sobriquet Godwin's Law after the academic Mike Godwin, who asserted that, as an online discussion grows longer, the probability of a comparison involving Nazis or Hitler approaches 1. The corollary here is that the first person to mention Hitler or the Nazis has automatically lost the debate. This corollary, of course, must have certain limits. If one is discussing German domestic and foreign policy between 1933 and 1945, it would be inappropriate to invoke Godwin's Law. Self-sealing argument. Informal. Proponent A asserts a substantive claim P such that no evidence can count against P, or that no opponent may raise an objection to it. A substantive claim which its proponent presents in a way that admits no refutation, either by preventing any evidence from counting against it or by automatically dismissing the objections of an opponent. Example: You're an alcoholic. What? You deny that? That just proves it. Resorting to denial is absolutely typical of alcoholism. Real-life example. Religions, Marxist schools, and schools of psychoanalysis have all been guilty of this fallacy. If you object to a certain religious doctrine, your position is summarily dismissed, since you are a heretic. If you object to psychoanalytic doctrine, it's because you're employing psychological defenses against its uncomfortable truth. If you dismiss Marxism, it's because you are a lackey of the bourgeoisie. And so on. The mistake. If you're making a substantive claim, a claim that's not just true by definition, that is, an irrefutable, logical truth, then you are making a claim that could be false. As such, you need to think about the circumstances in which you'd admit that your argument is wrong. What evidence would you need in order to accept that you were in error? But a self-sealing argument rejects this stricture. Its proponents simply won't accept that any evidence could, even in principle, make it incorrect. but such a stance is simply willful blindness. If you were wrong, you'd have no way of knowing this because you've insulated yourself from any criticism. The comeback. Since this argument is the preserve of the fanatic, a comeback is unlikely to have any effect. After all, your opponent will only dismiss you as a heretic, a neurotic, or a reactionary running dog of the capitalist order. You can convince your audience, however, that your opponent's argument simply falls outside the realm of rational discourse and therefore is not worth debating. Significance. A self-sealing argument is unfalsifiable. No argument may be raised against it. It is at times an ad hominem argument. In this case, however, the ad hominem extends to any individual who would doubt the argument. At other times, it can seem like cherry-picking. As far as your opponent is concerned, only such evidence as supports his conclusion counts. Any way you slice it, it's a lousy argument. Shoehorning. Informal. A and B are discussing topic P. B, as is his wont, raises topic Q where Q is irrelevant to P. Where a contributor to an argument details the discussion by raising a favoured topic of his, despite this topic's being completely irrelevant to the argument at hand. Example. Let me tell you about my views on Jesus. Jesus is my personal saviour. But we were discussing farming. Real-life example. Cato the Elder, a Roman senator, was an implacable foe of the city of Carthage, wishing that Rome's enemy would be wiped from the face of the earth. He was known for ending his speeches with the catchphrase, Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed, even when discussing quite unrelated matters, as in, the corn grows high, and Carthage must be destroyed. The mistake. This fallacy is typically one of irrelevance. You are discussing one topic, your opponent has brought in considerations that have nothing to do with the topic at hand. Although this isn't technically a fallacy because it doesn't really engage the argument at hand, it is, however, a tedious maneuver. The comeback. Just ask your opponent what the relevance of his contribution is to the topic at hand. He may dearly love to discuss Jesus with you, but since your topic is farming, his contribution is quite beside the point. Significance. This isn't a fallacy per se. It's not that your opponent is trying to draw a conclusion from premises that won't allow it. Rather, your opponent is introducing an out-of-context topic. Your opponent's argument may in fact be cogent, valid, well-articulated. However, his contribution is pointless if it doesn't add anything relevant to the substance of the discussion. Shoehorning tends to be habitual rather than a one-off behaviour. The person who shoehorns tends to have a hobby horse which he tries to bring into the discussion as often as possible, even out of context. Such people are best avoided, as they tend to be bored. Slippery slope. Absurd extrapolation, camel's nose, thin end of the wedge. Informal. If A, then B. If B, then C. If C, then Z. Predicting that horrific consequences will follow from seemingly innocuous actions through an incremental step-by-step process. So if we do A, this will inevitably result in action B, which will result in C, which will result in, typically horrific, action Z. Example. If the government bans students taking guns to school, next it will ban any guns being taken to school. Next, It will ban anybody taking guns to any public places. Before you know it, the government will ban guns altogether. Real-life example. Finally told me, said, I don't like the way this country is headed. I want my granddaughter to be able to have an abortion. And I said, well, ma'am, the way I see it going, I don't have much doubt but what she'll be able to have an abortion. I'm going to say that not only will she be able to have an abortion, she'll be able to have you put to sleep. Cormac McCarthy, No Country for Old Men. In other words, legalize abortion, and involuntary euthanasia will inevitably follow. The mistake. This fallacy, as the name suggests, tries to show that horrendous consequences will necessarily follow from innocuous decisions, via a series of small, incremental steps. The fact is that they don't have to. There is simply no reason to think that accepting the first course of action will lead to another, still less that it will lead to the awful ultimate consequences envisioned. In reality, we can usually stop the chain of consequences at any juncture. The comeback. Challenge your opponent to show how taking the first step in this chain of consequences will lead to the horrific consequences he predicts. Why, when we take the first step, can we not simply stop there? Or challenge him by showing that other considerations will prevent us from taking these further steps. For example, if he argues that legalizing gay marriage will lead to legalizing incestuous or interspecies marriage, you might respond that it doesn't have to. Even if gay marriage is legalized, these further expansions of marriage would be ruled out because of the prohibitions on incest and bestiality. Significance. The name Slippery Slope illustrates the logic of this fallacy well. Once you're at the top of a slippery slope, it's very hard not to slide down all the way to the bottom. The best thing, then, is not to get on the slope at all. Slippery slope arguments do have their place, provided that we can spell out exactly how the first step will lead to all the others. So, the first step might change people's attitudes sufficiently that they will more easily accept the next steps. Or it may be that people would object to change brought in all at once, but not if it's brought in incrementally. This is best illustrated in Niemöller's poem, First They Came for the Jews. Special pleading. Informal. Proponent A agrees to a general rule P. P applies to B. A demands that an exception be made regarding P's application to B without giving grounds as to why an exception is warranted. Agreeing to a general rule or principle about something, only to suspend it in a particular instance without giving any good reasons for doing so. Example. All able-bodied men in this state should go to war. All except my son. Real-life example. In Downton Abbey, the butler Maudsley is called to war. Cousin Violet, the indomitable Countess of Grantham, colludes with Dr. Clarson to try and get an exemption for him. However, Mrs. Crawley, who runs the local hospital, uncovers the deception. Cousin Violet pleads, "But he is my gardener's only son," to which Mrs. Crawley coolly replies to this effect, "But everybody is someone's son. I am sorry, but if I make an exception in this case, I would be forced to make an exception in every case." The mistake. If you agree with a general law, then you have to agree with it in all cases. If you find that it cannot apply to certain circumstances, then you disagree with the law. Else, you need to refine the law or perhaps demonstrate that the spirit of the law does not warrant its extension in this case. What you cannot do, however, is accept the law in general and yet refuse to apply it to a particular case. To do so is essentially self-contradictory. Worse, once you go down that route, there's no reason why other people shouldn't also be allowed to make ad hoc exceptions. If your son should be allowed to refuse military service, why shouldn't mine? The comeback. You need to impress on your opponent the virtue of consistency. If your opponent is committed to a rule, he must be committed to it without exceptions. If he believes there are exceptions, he's not committed to the rule. Further, you should remind him that if we start making exceptions, then there's no reason not to turn every case into an exception. This is an instance where invoking the slippery slope becomes a legitimate countermove. Significance. This fallacy is sometimes given a fig leaf of support by applying ad hoc justifications to the rule. But you let your dog in. Well, it says no dogs allowed. We're allowed to have one. Such a move, however, is usually a pretty transparent dodge. You can always ask why such a rule patch is needed. An adequate justification will usually not be forthcoming. Spiritual fallacy. Informal. Proponent A makes claim P. P does not come about. Proponent A claims that despite appearances, P has actually come about in a spiritual sense. Taking a claim, usually a prediction, to be satisfied despite lack of visible evidence for it by asserting that it has been satisfied in a spiritual sense. Example: Our beloved cult leader has returned to shower his eternal benevolence upon us. What are you talking about? He's dead. He's tagged in the morgue. Ah, yes, but don't you see? His mortal vessel may be dead, but he has returned to us in a spiritual sense. Real-life example. In Evelyn Waugh's classic novel Brideshead Revisited, Rex Mottram is undergoing the catechism to convert to the Catholic faith. His instructor recounts their class thus: Then again I asked him, supposing the Pope looked up and saw a cloud and said, "It's going to rain," would that be bound to happen? "Oh, yes, Father." But supposing it didn't? He thought a moment and said, "I suppose it would be sort of raining spiritually, only we were too sinful to see it." The mistake. Your opponent has been caught with his pants down. He's made a claim that hasn't come to pass. His response, namely that his claim has come true in a spiritual sense, is clearly a desperate move. But not only is it desperate, it is also epistemically problematic. How on earth would you know that such a claim is true, even in this very nebulous sense? And, equally importantly, how would you know if it were false? Refer to self-sealing argument and unfalsifiability. The comeback. This move doesn't really deserve a comeback. You could give your opponent a stern lecture about why substantive claims must have some falsifiability condition, or why self-sealing arguments are bad. However, it would probably have little effect on him. Significance. This fallacy is related to unfalsifiability. Your opponent argues in such a way that nothing could prove him wrong. If papal infallibility did mean, it does not, that everything the Pope said was bound to be true, we could test it easily. If the Pope says it will rain and it does not, then the doctrine would have been falsified. But if it's true because it's sort of raining spiritually, then the doctrine is unfalsifiable. How would you know if it was false? This fallacy is also a form of moving the goalposts. So the claim goes, my prediction hasn't come true in a literal sense. However, it has come true in a much more nebulous sense. Straw man argument. Informal. Proponent A puts forward argument P. Opponent B rebuts P by actually rebutting P apostrophe, which is superficially similar to but importantly different from P. Opponent B takes his rebuttal of P apostrophe as a refutation of P. Misrepresenting an opponent's argument, directing your attack at the misrepresentation, and taking this attack to refute your opponent's real position. Example. Someone says, I think we should do more to conserve the environment and not cover pristine countryside with freeways. And another person responds, so you don't want freeways to be built at all? How on earth do you imagine we get around? Real-life example. Some arguments against evolution rely on this trope. So the classic rebuttal, if evolution is true, how come there are still monkeys, relies on a misunderstanding of evolutionary theory. Evolutionary theory neither teaches that humans evolved from monkeys, they share a common ancestor, nor that the evolution of a new species necessarily entails that the old species go extinct. The new species could evolve, for instance, if a subgroup of a species migrates to a new environment and evolves in response to novel environmental pressures. The rebuttal is effective only when attacking a grossly simplified and inaccurate version of evolutionary theory. The mistake. It should go without saying that to effectively rebut an argument, you have to actually rebut that very argument. It's no good arguing against something that's sort of similar to it. Unless your rebuttal is directed against the argument itself, you won't get very far. The straw man argument is a particularly pernicious example of this problem, since it argues against a position by arguing against a simplified misrepresentation of it, ignoring the various qualifications and subtleties essential to the position. The rebuttal. You have to call your opponent out for misrepresenting your position and remind him what your position actually is. You should then take pains to point out how, when confronted with your actual argument, his supposed rebuttal cuts no ice. So, in the previous examples, Person A has not argued against building freeways in general, but only against despoiling pristine countryside. However, Person B's refutation, how will we get around, really only works if Person A is arguing for the stronger claim. Similarly, the rebuttal, how come there are still monkeys, works against the Darwinist only if the Darwinist holds a grossly simplified version of evolution. Point out what you actually believe, and show that your opponent's argument is ineffective. Significance. This fallacy is related to the reductio ad absurdum, where the opponent's argument has apparently absurd consequences drawn from it, as well as the slippery slope fallacies, where the opponent's argument is shown to have pernicious consequences. Sunk cost. Informal. Investor A has sunk N units of currency into project P. Although P has little chance of making money, A continues to sink money into it because he does not want to give up on N. Sunk costs are the resources invested in a project or venture which have become irrecoverable by any means. The sunk cost fallacy occurs when the investor continues investing money in a project despite having little or no hope that it will make a return above funds already invested, because of a reluctance to let the initial investment go. Example. John, buys 5 raffle tickets at $1 each, hoping to win a prize worth $10. His numbers having failed to come up, he buys a further 10 tickets to be in with a chance of winning the prize. However, he could simply spend the $10 to buy the prize item. Real-life example. Stephen Colbert used this type of reasoning ironically, pretending to justify the United States' continued use of torture during the War on Terror. He reasoned that, because the US had already lost its position of moral superiority, it should continue torturing terrorist suspects until it could be shown unambiguously that torture saves lives. Or, as he put it, "The point is, we know there is no going back. We have already tortured people. You cannot unring that bell, or unring those balls, and the knowledge that we have already tortured people could be the death of America's moral leadership. So to save that, we must do whatever it takes to justify what we've already done." The mistake. Sinking more money into an unprofitable venture is simply irrational. The resources the investor put into the initial venture are, as the name suggests, sunk. There is no way of recovering them. As such, the only relevant consideration as to whether to invest more resources is whether these additional resources would have a realistic prospect of return. In the sunk cost fallacy, however, the previous investments are erroneously included in this calculation. The comeback. You need to remind your opponent that the capital he's invested in the venture simply cannot be recouped. Past losses are therefore irrelevant to the decision at hand. The only relevant consideration is whether it would be worth investing any additional capital in the venture. Undoubtedly, it is regrettable that you've already sunk your resources into such a project. It can be hard to accept that these resources are simply gone. But doing so is nevertheless better than the alternative, that is, to simply keep pouring time or capital into a venture which has no chance of success, when the likely outcome will simply be that these additional resources will also go to waste. Significance. This fallacy isn't so much a problem of logic as of psychology and economics. We are prone to miscalculating the significance of resources that we've already invested into a venture. This sometimes comes about because we are scared of losing face. To cut your losses and run would be to admit that you've made a mistake. But such misguided pride has grave consequences, whether it concerns the gambler who bets his house on the roulette wheel or the country that keeps sacrificing its troops in order not to give up fighting an unwinnable war. Unfalsifiability. Formal. Proponent A makes a claim that P, such that there is no way of disproving that P. A substantive proposition is expressed in such a way that it becomes, in principle, impossible to raise a counterexample to it. Example: God answers all my prayers, but you prayed that Aunt Edna would get better from cancer, yet she died. Yes, so God clearly answered my prayers and let Aunt Edna pass to the next world, which is a better place. Real-life example. According to classic Marxist theory, the development of capitalism would see the proletariat become increasingly impoverished, which would lead it to organize as a class and eventually overthrow the wicked bourgeoisie, thus ushering in a socialist paradise. This theory's predictions, however, were somewhat nebulous. The theory did not offer a criterion by which they could be judged to be false. Marx proposed no crucial experiment, for example, by which the truth or falsity of his predictions could be ascertained. As a result, despite Marx's predictions not having come to pass, his theories still retain a number of adherents. The mistake. If a claim is a substantive one, it could be true, but it also could be false. As such, you need some sort of criterion by which you can judge that it is either. If this happens, the theory is true, verifiability. If that happens, it is false, falsifiability. If such an unequivocal criterion is not forthcoming, the theory is unfalsifiable. However, if it is unfalsifiable, then there is simply no way of telling whether the theory is false or not. This mistake can take several forms. At its most basic, your opponent may not be able to propose any criterion by which his theory might be judged false. However, it may also be the case that your opponent takes any evidence whatsoever as corroborating his claim, as with the prayer example before, or that he explains his theory's failure by some ad hoc maneuver. For example, the proletarian revolution did not come to pass because mass culture has inured the workers from the realization of their own misery. The comeback. Ask your opponent as to what exactly would take him to admit that his theory were false. Can he propose, for example, an experiment by which his theory may be put to the test? If he can't, then his theory is deficient. How would you ever know if the theory is false? Significance. Falsifiability was emphasized by Sir Karl Popper as a demarcation criterion for science. For Popper, science was distinguished from pseudoscience on the grounds that the former admits of falsification, whereas the latter doesn't. So, the scientist, proposing that all swans are white, makes a falsifiable statement. Show him a black swan, and he will accept that his theory needs rethinking. By contrast, the pseudoscientist's assertions aren't like that. He can't tell you, even in principle, what sort of thing would make him retract his statement. This demarcation looks pretty clear in the abstract. Nevertheless, it can be much harder to apply in practice. Scientific theories very seldom admit of a quick and easy refutation. If the facts don't fit the theory can be tinkered with instead of outright discarded. Use mention error. Informal. Proponent A discusses word P. Opponent B thinks that A is discussing the concept or object that P denotes. Consequently, confusion arises. Confusing the discussion of a word itself with discussing the concept the word denotes. Example: My son is Adam. Adam has 4 letters. Therefore, my son has 4 letters. Real-life example. In Monty Python's Life of Brian, an unfortunate Judean called Matthias is condemned to death by stoning for uttering the word Jehovah during dinner. The execution scene plays out thus. Matthias: Look, I'd had a lovely supper, and all I said to my wife was, that piece of halibut was good enough for Jehovah. Crowd: Ooh. Official: Blasphemy! He said it again. Crowd: Yes! Yes, he did! He did! Matthias: Look, I don't think it ought to be blasphemy just saying Jehovah. Crowd: Ooh! He said it again! Ooh! Official: You're only making it worse for yourself. Official: Stop, will you stop that, stop it! Now look, no one is to stone anyone until I blow this whistle. Do you understand? Even, and I want to make this absolutely clear, even if they do say Jehovah. At this juncture, the official is promptly stoned. Matthias is accused of having uttered Jehovah's name over dinner, which is deemed a blasphemous act. However, in the following scenes, he merely mentions the word Jehovah. He is referring not to Jehovah, but to the word itself. The word's use is discussed, but is not itself used. So, in this scene, neither the Judean nor the official actually use the word Jehovah. In the sense of denoting God, they only refer to it. Not that it matters, of course. The official still gets stoned by the angry mob. The mistake. Words are useful because they denote things that aren't them. This is when a word is used. However, we sometimes want to refer to a word itself. This is when the word is mentioned. The difficulty arises when these different activities are conflated, when talking about the name itself is taken as equivalent to talking about the thing it denotes, or when talking about the name is taken as an instance of using the name. I can say things about a word that are not true about the thing it denotes. The statement, Adam has 4 letters, does not imply that Adam the person has 4 letters. And things about the thing, the words referent, which are not true of the word. That Adam is blonde does not mean that the word Adam is blonde. The comeback. Your best option in this case is to simply remind your opponent of the distinction, namely that talking about a word is not tantamount to using the word as such. Alternatively, if he is particularly recalcitrant, you could trick him into saying the word itself, as in the case of the official in the previous example. Significance. This fallacy is sometimes encountered, as with the Jehovah example before, in the context of taboo words. So if I say damn, then I've sworn, because I've used a swear word. If I say John said damn, I haven't sworn. I've just mentioned the swear word. But a word often retains its taboo function even when it's simply mentioned. That is why, for instance, we speak of the F word rather than spelling it out. This concludes Mastering Logical Fallacies by Michael Withy, narrated by Stephen Crossley, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2016 by Zephyros Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Callisto Media and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto.